we did the entire house creation session of A Song of Ice and Fire to a hitbox, which he didn't have it like the VOD for that just vanished in the ether, so only a few people saw it and was never preserved ever.
I was there.
Now my query is, why do you have your OBS set like to its profile to broadcast to your what were you broadcasting last?
I played Planet Zoo.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm one of those chill streams where I play games that don't really have any action in them.
Mm-hmm. So I have seen a Planet Zoo.
Alright. The description may still say, due to technical difficulties, the session was streamed via Grimace Twitch. But we're live.
Alright. We were live to begin with. Wink.
Yeah, just elsewhere.
It's also no longer session 75, but that's okay.
I mean, I have no control over this. I can just throw my hands up in there and wave them like a...
Well, you have control over on your Twitch channel.
I would, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Great migration. Shake the earth when it happens.
I don't think there's that many consumers of this that would warrant a great migration.
It's okay. I'm sorry, I'm stalling a bit here. I have to put the right initiative order of my factions. How have you guys been?
Thumbs up.
So far, so good.
Yeah, all right.
No, I had a.
Well, yeah, I know that.
You know, I assume, you know, so now
Man,
I
I
hang
was
out
with my
because there's
family and it
people.
sucked.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Oh God. No, my brother. It's been a true test. No, I made it. I made it through, and anything's possible.
What'd your brother do that troubled you so? Tell me more about this mysterious meeting.
This is mysterious. I can't. You know, there were so many things that I have trouble naming one. So.
Key the fifth.
I don't think the fifth works over it.
It's true. Can do nothing. We must incriminate ourselves.
That's right. It's time for the revolution.
I mean,
I've been smuggling all those
different
weapons
game,
over
but yes, yes. No, I'm with you.
Rise
There's nothing to lose but our chains.
You have nothing to lose but our chains. He's been workshopping that line for a while.
I think it's taken from.
He's been workshopping that line.
Perfectly original.
As they say for DMA, the DMA just steal.
Right. Do not steal.
Yeah.
Well, I understand authors do that as well. You just have to reskin.
Yeah. Well, you know, I've authored some things for university. I was a bit younger, and sometimes. But shall we get into this game? Does anyone want to tell us what happened last time? It was quite well. I guess stuff happened.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Welcome back to Dreads of the Dragon Coast. It's the first of the new year, according to the chronology captured on Halldamir and Rahal's channel. Neither of whom are involved in this session or this campaign. This is session 77, though you'll see Manakai's personal campaign file is different numerically from that. Last session, much like the one before, primarily focused on the Westgate Guild War, which as of now is still unresolved. Factions rose and fell. Most notably, 3 have departed Westgate. One is the Cult of Asmodeus by force, one is the Purple Masks by choice, and then one was the Were-Rat Coven, also by choice. Leaving still a fairly crowded Westgate. Currently, due to a series of amusing events, the Captain's Council holds the seat, and if they hold it for a year, they'll have control of the city guard. But they're alone because their supporters have abandoned them. Really confusing. The Westgate Guild War. Don't worry about it. Beyond the city of Westgate, Cormir attempted a whole bevy of activities and just achieved absolutely nothing. Symbia set money on fire, and they succeeded on that absolutely wonderfully. The Red Banner host was booted out of the city of Elversalt by a combination of Erebor and Thunderhome. Thunderhome also looted, of all factions, the Red Banner host. Red Banner host has been ousted and is now a weaker and smaller faction as a result. Nathlin has also worked on trying to revive the Cult of Nabanyan influence within this region. The Fire Giants have worked on trying to consolidate their power within the Giants Run Mountains. That about covers what happened. Oh, and I guess the Red Wizard Thaans are working ever closer towards their current goal.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, in minor things, Cormir has almost forgotten that there's even dragons here somehow.
Well, Valignant is
That's
back,
been
so he might
Personally
be
insulted for a while, yeah.
reminded.
So that has been nice and convenient. All right. Beyond that, we have no free goal slots. Is there one goal that you all would like to get rid of in favor of something else? Or are we good on that front?
I don't feel strongly either way. I'm fine with things being as they are.
Could you post the current goals?
I can.
Yeah.
No, one of those is mine, and I still like it. So that's
Yep.
not from my side.
Kill Zinsin Therios, heir to the Black Dread, subjugate the Spirehorn tribe, shift the power balance in the Emerald Enclave to favor Malar. The Captain's Council wins the Guild War, sends a successful expedition to Starmantle, and ensure an independent Westgate. Sheep only has one of those 6 goals, but I guess we thought you'd be gone longer.
I thought so too, but the timing worked out that instead of missing the expected 3 sessions, I only missed 1.
Yeah, Manakai's computer did go kaput one of those weeks.
That was terrible. I would say it's not going to have it again, but I feel like that's tempting fate. So let's not.
That's never
It was a whole thing.
Propitiate Malia, she'll help you.
Oh yes, that's true.
Also, I feel like I missed something, but I'm not sure if I want to ask or just experience this. Why are the Marked and the Captain's Council no longer together?
All right, so I'll provide a bit more nuance. So, it's a good question, and I know you only caught snippets of last session, understandably so. So last session, the Seeker was out. He was out in like Waterdeep or wherever the fuck the Seeker goes. He was just doing his own thing. But he got some news that the Cult of Asmodeus was getting to get shit kicked in. And the Cult of Asmodeus was on Team Seeker. And the Seeker was like, hey, I was out, but we're cicatrix. You gotta stop. You can't just, I gotta get something in return here. You can't just go flooding the temple of the Cult of Asmodeus. That's a no-no. And where cicatrix is like, fine, what do you want? You. And then after some conversation, where cicatrix went to the Captain's Council, and they're like, they weren't really on Team Seeker, but they're not really on Team anyone besides themselves, and they can't decide who they are. So that's what caused the split apart. So where Cicatrix's faction, the Marked, temporarily joined up with the Seeker. But the Mark were severely weakened by events over the course of that year. So when the Fire Knives moved into the Seeker's Tower, no one stopped them. Then the Seeker came back and took his tower, then decided he didn't want to lead the city anymore, which caused the Order of the Basilisk to take control. And then the Captain's Council beat them up, so they stopped being in power, and so the Captain's Council alone rose up. Vercingetorix, to my understanding, is still cool with the Captain's Council, but was not willing to lose her entire company for them.
Okay.
No, she definitely was not.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what happened.
Any other questions, Chief?
Let's say no.
I mean, if you do, like, that's cool. I can go over that too.
I feel like it's one of those
fine.
questions that I don't think Velignith would have asked.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, what happens with the pirates in Westgate? What?
Why don't you go and see for yourself?
Very invested now.
I don't think I want Malignant Whiskey.
Well, we're at the beginning of the session then, proper, and you have your faction questions. Malignant, you've been around now for a year or two, being like sick and being fed in the Shrine of Malahir, and you've gotten better, right? Probably you're still feeling a bit famished, but it's been time now, and maybe you're like, is he? So I figure normally in the old times he would have been probably out of here before he should, but he might have learned patience. It seems like from his.
I think that's fair to say. He's certainly not as hyperactive and word rich as he was perhaps in the past. Definitely often just sitting there thinking. Emmy would have often seen him conversing with like the little skin wing like patrol he's got stationed at the Shrine of Malar just to keep in contact with the Fane, despite the existence of, sending stones. And he would definitely just have kept an ear out about things in general.
Well, that's convenient, because the next question is, you have some questions you can ask because of your faction. What might they have learned in between sessions? You basically can ask questions of me about the world, about other factions, about what's going on. So does anyone have any questions like that? What have they been looking into?
I think the factions they would have most closely kept an eye on would definitely be Thunderhome.
Oh boy, okay, yeah.
Like they seem to be a bit more active than they should be. Doing things and stuff.
Yeah. Do you have a question about Thunderhome, or is it just in general?
Then they should
Thunderhome
be.
will see the flying lizards circling their houses.
Then they should be. It's almost like they thought this could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been happy that they were active if they had agreed to the things I suggested, but of course that didn't work out. It's the whole thing. But basically, what are their ambitions like? Are they like keeping status quo, or after beating up the Red Banner hosts, are they looking elsewhere?
So, yeah, sure. Thunderhome's ambitions. Let me see what I have down as their general marking. Now,
Get rich.
I mean, Thunderhome, their base ambition is to establish a permanent Gold Dwarven enclave from where more can be spread out across the Underdark. Because here is a well-known entrance to the Underdark, given this massive maw that's been cut out here. And they would like to use Thunderhome as an outpost to do more stuff down there. Because, dwarves are supposed to have like a resurgent period and such, so that's sort of the reason they're here. In the shorter term, they are terrified of the Red Dragon returning and coming to destroy everything, and therefore are opportunistically attempting to gain power in any way they can and secure alliances that will help protect them, or at least strengthen them to the point where the Red Dragon and other dragons will keep at bay. They want a peace that is assured beyond the whims of a Red Dragon.
That's fair.
That's their current goal. Currently, they don't see more useful stuff in the mountain. Dragonfane would be the nearest useful place to them. The mountain ridges are here, meaning that they could go to this old cursed city of the dead, but they don't want to.
That's fair.
They went there and there were mummies that ate people, and then they left. They have a mine, and they have the old watchtower where they train their like hippogriffs, and that is the current extent of their desire for like land, basically. Whatever else they want to gain is gained in the earth below.
Okay.
Beyond that, right now, they're very short term working to keep Elversalt safe because Elversalt is the perfect ally for them. Erebor is also possible, but both them and Erebor know that if it came to it, like, how much you're really going to sacrifice for a place that's that far away.
Because now Elversalt is suddenly the perfect ally. Last time I suggested that exact alliance, they scoffed at me. And built a road westward well, they could have built north instead.
Yeah, that seems silly now, but they keep the options open.
That does seem so now. I told you so. Just listen to me more.
Any other question? You have two after all. They're
yeah.
free. You can donate them, but
I'll have to think about it. That was the
sure.
main one. Actually, no, I have another one.
Hmm.
Spion Tribe. Still status quo, just stuck there, not doing anything.
There is no one around them they can grow from, so they will have to simply do what people do sometimes, which is just have a faction, live life, slowly increase your numbers through natural means, not conquer anything or anyone, just standard everyday thing. They're opportunistically set. They would act if there was an opportunity to, but they're new in this land. They don't really, at the moment, have the opportunity. Probably because every faction around them have been consumed by dragons in one way or another. There were small factions around here that things could have happened with like Redwater and the Temple of Akma and the smugglers and such, but essentially everything is dragon dominated, and they live under that umbrella, right? They have nowhere else really to go, and they sort of just are here. They haven't been doing anything of note.
Alright. But they would like to.
Yeah. They would like to be strong and powerful and such. If they saw a way to do that.
Okay.
They're neither rich, nor numerous, nor influential, nor do they have a lot of territory, though. So, yeah, they would have to look far to find someone weaker than them. All right. Anyone else have any questions about faction stuff?
I have no fashion-specific questions that fit under the umbrella of this.
Okay.
I want to ask about the Guild War, but it changes so much that but it's just like I can't keep up, and I'm assuming no one else can either. I would like to know what Siniston is doing. I suppose it's not really a guild.
You have not heard from him. Or of
Oh,
him.
okay. Well, I mean,
Siniston is generally trying to not get murdered in the Guild War because he knows that his current body is weak, soft, and easily easy to insert like daggers into, and he doesn't like that. So he needs to keep his soul and his agency capable. He's trying to, if anything, act as a more of an information broker sort of person to keep tabs on things, so that should Vilignith or anyone ask him about things, he will have an answer.
Okay, here's a question for you. Does the Order of the Basilisk have more treasury than the Marked?
Yes.
I
Okay.
don't think it's hard.
Well, the Captain's Council just
Oh.
robbed them, so I thought I would
That's
ask
true.
whether they still had more money.
I don't know. at these pirates, man. They're actually pretty loaded right now.
Second
good.
question: does the Captain's Council have more money than the Marked?
Yes,
Oh,
they do.
fuck, they're rich.
Their whole mission here has been trying to find a way to enrich themselves in ways other than the sea. That's their original goal.
Third question:
But
does the
murder.
Captain's Council have more money than me? I have a treasury of 3.
Yes.
Okay. File that away.
They are loaded.
They are loaded.
Well, yeah, like they stole from the Order of the Basilisk, and they were loaded to begin with. So, just a natural progression of. There we go. That's my 3 questions.
They've been drawn in a lot of fighting, and they've been raiding the whole time.
You know what, Grim?
It's been like all they
Grim,
do.
you might be right to maybe I should look at the Order of Basilisk.
What do you mean
Maybe.
that the Blue Sun Guild does not scare you as an ally of them?
No, they really.
I can't imagine why.
What do you mean that influence and treasury are 2 things that are not used when you defend your territory from attack?
Yeah, you know.
There, I just thought I'd lob a few questions in the Westgate for you to see whether that would
Yeah,
inspire you
thank
to.
you.
You need me to come back and then we just overthrow the Captain's Council and delete that goal?
I mean, yeah. If we absorb them, then and win
There we
the
go.
Guild War, then
So you can take a treasury that'll take you from 2 to 3. I can take a treasury that'll take me to 3 to 4.
yeah. Well, my sovereignty. Yeah, I guess I keep forgetting.
Well,
you
yeah,
can deal without taking sovereignty.
that's
then.
right. You won't take
Yeah.
sovereignty
If you
loss.
just take their stuff,
Just take
steal
their
their boats,
Here we go.
Well, I mean, if they get weak enough,
They're at the top.
loyalties are, it's a war, right? In war, and I don't know what else really for Dragon. In war,
I think a dragon does whatever the fuck it wants, so
yeah, it's true. Whenever.
whatever.
Yeah. I wanna also just cause how's Gesper feeling? He's just gonna keep smacking the fucking Zhentarim.
he would like to take over this entire. Do you have an offer for him or a suggestion?
No,
Because he's
no.
been doing this for a couple of years now, and it's fun and all, but he is also, I mean,
he has been hurting them. How?
he'll meet and have a listen if you have a particular. I'll say it has gained him very little so far.
Yeah. Well, it's not. On one hand, I'm like, I don't want to fight this Zhentarim. On the other hand, it's like there's not gonna be a stable Westgate probably without someone having to deal with them.
Well, the Zhentarim are continuing to devolve, so like eventually they could just burn themselves out in the city.
It's a dragon. Just wait it out.
Break into like 4 different factions.
Yeah, last time it was all us. I rolled
Church of Bane,
real crappy.
Black Network, some other stuff.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why you were so weak and you.
Well, and then I spent all resources on getting the fucking Cult of Asmodeus out, and then the Zhentarim came and wrecked you. They wrecked me.
But
They
I mean,
Seeker.
They didn't They didn't wreck me. I'm perfectly fine.
Getra's minions are a cult essentially for him, with him as their like creature of devotion. Some of them are blinded, some of them are crazy. Like probably all of them are really. That's the one thing they've got going for them is incredible loyalty. Getra just likes the idea of absorbing part of the Zhentarim and maybe his faction could eat like he does and then become really big and powerful and then
he's such a bad ally, but just like him.
It's not like who among us is the best ally?
Yeah, not me. Surely it's Malignus.
He sure has shown with the Temple of Akma that he can work things out.
I know.
Yeah.
Also, Diane, the Winter Knight, and his people there have had decent. She's actually kept her word. Some pretty good.
So when she does give it, it stays there.
Show up.
As for Malignus, when he gives his word, it stays there until he changes his mind.
Well,
Pretty much.
what is a word really
That's
other than?
that's a
What a
lie.
breath, you know?
And it's not spoken. It's not spoken in Draconic either. It's like translated a couple times over. Like, can you really? There's
It was
some
more
things are just lost.
amusing at the
Yeah,
time.
some things are just lost in translation.
Yeah, I was just thinking out loud, really.
I can't
It's
think of
true.
a single
Malignant
situation
is-
where Velignov gave his word and then didn't keep it. It's
It's
just a
more that
problem when
he-
there's an implied arrangement because they're not arrangements.
He doesn't accept, implied social contract.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
but-
Malignant has been, I'll say, Malignant has been brutally and almost like inhibitingly honest about his way of doing things, which has made the dwarves feel a lot less safe because he was like, they asked him directly, what's your future goal in regards to us? How should we divide this? And he said, we'll see.
Yeah,
To which that didn't fill them with confidence.
I admit I do have to have in my statement. Yeah, you told those dwarves, like,
There was complete honesty in that.
I don't have a problem with you for now.
I mean,
How are
they
you gonna
wanted
fill
an
the future?
answer.
It's like,
They shouldn't have asked.
mystery. Who can know what the future holds?
Yeah. I mean, that is true.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy because they fear Velignov because of uncertainty. They are making it guaranteed that Velignov has to do something about them.
Yeah.
All right, sounds like we're done with the question phase.
Yeah. Which can cut us into the first scene. It is spring. It's been a mild winter actually, and things are as winters are. They've been a little quiet. Malignant has gotten his news from his people, and his wings are working again. His bones have been mended. His scales have that nice reddishness back to them. How is he? How is he taken to this indoor life? Has he planned to begin leaving? Has he gained his strength back, not eating the poison the giants had been feeding him?
Well, Emmy and her people would have certainly observed that he doesn't seem to mind too much being stuck indoor. In fact, like he doesn't seem incredibly eager to leave. At least not before he's all better. Turning more towards a quiet scheming rather than a hyperactive recklessness, as he may have been known to do in the past.
As a reinforcement, unless Velignith is actively moving around or says it's okay, Emizuri does not allow a single minion of hers to see Velignith. Not until
Alright.
he's ready, because it was an adamant refusal to allow any other creature to see a dragon in that state. Unacceptable.
And then eventually, when he seems all better, he'll just declare to Emmy that he's gonna leave.
Mm.
So he'll maybe when Emmy's coming with food or something,
Yeah.
he just sits there and is like, "I am fine. I am going to leave." Or
Yeah, basically.
Emizuri like puts down like the ogre bodies and says, "All right, I'm sure your minions are waiting to see you after all this time. So they certainly do not need direction."
I most certainly hope they are missing me. I don't want to get to the Dragon Fane and find out that Rumenfair has messed everything up over there.
No. She pauses and tilts her head like towards like the ceiling. I don't think that will be a concern, though I am uncertain what state you will find Rumenfair in. I have not spoken with him since your freedom.
That's quite a while. I assume he's just gonna have wallowed in his own self-pity. That seems to be his stick.
Jesus. From my limited understanding, he really wanted to be the one to get you out of your imprisonment. And I do not believe he had any direct involvement.
Now, the reason why I approached him in the first place was because I needed how to put this, an opposite, so to speak. Right now, Thunderhome is a good example. They have the choice between independence or myself, and apparently that choice is fairly clear to them. However, if they had the choice between myself or a draconic opposite, then either way they would fit into my schemes.
I attempted to position him and Thunderhome together. He did not appreciate my positioning, perhaps in the same way you would not appreciate it.
It wouldn't have worked either way. He has too obviously associated himself with both the Dragon Thane and myself, and quite frankly, a guilt-ridden sycophant is the last thing I need.
She does. And yet he is a dragon, and he did aid myself and Wercicatrix in steps to weaken the hierarchy and thus win your freedom.
I suppose he deserves credit for that. My plan B with him was, should he not work out with Thunderhome, was sort of to try to use him as a bargaining chip with Heatherfey. However, I suppose that plan is also no longer relevant.
She bobs her head. Yeah, killed her to befriend the fire giants to weaken the hierarchy.
Either way, I'm not entirely sure what to do with him.
She says, well, and sort of like lobs like an ogre body at him. Not my problem. Safe travel.
It's true, it's not.
If you need me, you know how to reach me.
I do, and I will, inevitably.
She bobs her head. Good. It's good to see you like this again.
Like this?
Yes. Healthy, moving.
It is
Capable of flight.
It is certainly good to not eat dicks. Know what they were. Anyways, I'll see you.
She nods. She leads him out to the summit. Watches him go.
Okay. He'll carry like the ogre body in one claw and like a big sack of his stuff in the other.
Right, like his entire hoard. I think for that, like she would offer usage of the portable hole.
Oh yeah, that's convenient. You'll accept.
To be returned, of course.
It actually smells a little like, I think there's like ash and.
No, there's no air in there.
It's the last thing that would chance for you was a red dragon.
That was years ago.
Yeah.
When he flies away, she like looks wistfully until he vanishes the horizon, then like heaves like a sigh and says, like, oh, that's no longer my problem. Good. I was getting tired of feeding him. I had to hunt for 2 dragons. That's the primary excuse she uses for why she personally didn't do anything like the previous year. I had to hunt for 2 dragons.
That takes so long.
Yeah, how could I possibly do anything else?
Reminthir certainly has spent time thinking about what his current situation has really given him. On one hand, he's sort of free to go, but on the other hand, he always was, and the only reason he was here was because he has this intense feeling that he should repay the saving of his life. He has been waiting for Velignith to return, trying not to learn too much about what else has been going on, intending ideally to end up somewhere far away, where he does not have to take responsibility for any of the bad things he could have stopped had he been more willing to act. When Malignant returns home, I mean, well, it's the first time he's like flown since, I mean, it's been a decade.
Some time for sure. The last time he flew, he didn't have much control and was mostly downwards.
Mm-hmm. More like a falling.
Yeah, I mean, all flying is falling.
So, maybe enjoys the wind, looking over, seeing with some, I don't know if annoyance, the worm paths in the valley. Flying over it to the Fane. Finding Riemanthyr, waiting for him. Having done so for quite a while. I'm probably somewhat surprised that he arrives, right? Riemanthyr likes to be outside, especially now in winter. A little colder than this place usually gets.
Willingness will land in the center of the Dragon Fane. Of course, before actually landing, he would have positioned, or probably actually brought his horde into like his little cubicle, cubicle-like lair behind the Dragon Fane through the secret entrance that does not lead through the Fane because, well, can't do that.
Yeah.
Before he'll land. Center of the plateau, his true home, in fact. Sort of looking over to Riemanthyr, although not actively pursuing the conversation there, more like presenting himself and almost daring him to say his piece as he undoubtedly wants to.
Riemanthyr looks better than when last Malignant saw him. Having had time now to get over his own sickness, and although this is not his ideal sort of biome, he has grown stronger than he was, by far. Point where, well, he'll soon be back to his sort of full adult strength. He certainly has begun carrying himself with more assurance, feeling his draconic might slowly return. He'll, look to Malignant. Not sure if Malignant wants to talk to him now or later, but giving him a look that certainly means that they should.
In that case, Malignant will head over a bit. He's certainly curious.
You have returned, and without my direct assistance.
It appears so.
You see, that has put me in quite a predicament. I feel like I still owe you something. I'd hoped to rescue you from the giants, though there might be something else I can help you with.
I don't see why you need to. I did not intend to rescue you. I intended to talk to you when we first met. And even after I did rescue you, I did not intend to rescue you so you would owe me something. And even now that you think you owe me something, whatever debt you might think you have in front of me, it's honestly quite pathetic. I don't want anything from you.
I don't expect you to understand, but I do think you do want something from me. When we were attempting to begin your rescue, there was a fight. A giant was lured down to the earth, and he was not killed but imprisoned in the stones. I performed a ritual that has kept him there in stasis, alive but unconscious this entire time. Perhaps the giants might be a way for me to relieve myself of the debt that I feel I owe you. Though it might be not be entirely the same, it would go a long way towards it, I think. A life for a life, though it's mine for theirs.
What exactly are you proposing? The giants, as of right now, don't seem entirely important.
I thought perhaps there was some use you could have from one of them. A cloud giant. The one, as I understand, who fed you.
Suppose I do have some use. You could call it that.
Whether it be killing him or talking to it or whatever else you would see fit to do. I suppose I don't have to know about that.
And you would bring this giant to me, and then we'd be all even again.
He sort of squirms a little and says, "It's the thing I can think of to get us there in a reasonable amount of time. Really, I've come to know your compatriots better than we know each other.
That's very true. Suppose I never quite told you why I contacted you in the first place, what my original intentions were. Quite frankly, what I needed was you, except rather than making friends with my compatriots and trying desperately to somehow get even with me by doing favors and whatnot, I needed you to be angry at me. I needed you to take a stand against me. I needed an opposite that could watch over Thunderhome and make them at least feel as if they were protected from me. I don't think that will, however, still work, because Thunderhome, I'm pretty sure, is aware that you've, well, taken care of the Dragon Fang, have associated with my sibling, so to speak. So that plan is out the window.
You're not. Back then, if it was possible, if that was what you asked of me, I might have done so, but it might well have cost me my life. The dwarves seem greedy enough that they might well think of what they could do with my body parts, were I in a position for them to take them. They are not a noble kind. I was thinking of heading north, into the lands of the glaciers, to have some time just away from people.
Whatever you want to do, you should. Don't. You are a dragon. The only thing you need to do is whatever the hell you feel like.
Well, I feel like first and foremost repaying the favor I owe you, and then ideally going on to be away from people.
Then do that. I quite frankly don't exactly care how you think you'll want to accomplish that, as long as you eventually do it.
He's perhaps a little perplexed at Willigneth. The dragon, not exactly what he, had heard he was like from the others, but maybe sort of. They haven't really talked much about him. Well, I suppose. Would you want the giant delivered now, or? I think he's quite heavy, but I should be able to make it.
Well, surely if he's so heavy, then that means that effort alone will be enough for me to get rid of you. As in, enough to repay the debt, because he's so heavy.
Well, he might also not be entirely happy to be moved.
Even better.
All right. Nod then. So you simply want me to put him here? Would you rather like that I let him go? Then I can be out of here immediately.
No, I do think I want. I'll have a room prepared downstairs. You can put him into the wall there. That'll work just fine.
He might not be able to come out.
That's fine.
He will be unconscious the whole time.
Suppose that is not it. I don't want to bother with this giant right now, to be honest, and if I have to have him guarded and chained up so he doesn't do anything, that's going to be a lot of effort.
So what if I stayed nearby for a bit until you know what you want with it, and then we can do that, and I can go about my way.
Suppose that's acceptable. Although, got a better idea. See, I don't. Perhaps that surprises you. But I don't think I care about the giants. As in, I don't believe they deserve to have any of my attention. However, there is a part of me that would like to deal with this in an entertaining manner. But not right now, perhaps. Perhaps not ever. Why don't you think of something appropriate that I perhaps would have done to do that to that giant? You do that, and then you can do whatever because your debt will be repaid.
His draconic face twists up a little bit. He had hoped to avoid getting his hands dirty in some way, but on the other hand, the giants did do some pretty bad stuff to her. So you'll nod and say, so I will dispose of him in a fitting manner then. We'll take a bit of time to think, but if that's what you want.
It is.
All right. I suppose I will just. So it looks around. Maybe I will just stay here while I.
Suppose you've stayed for long, that a little more time won't hurt.
And it would be troublesome to have to find a new place I could stay. For what might not be that long.
Whatever suits you best.
Oh. All right. Then he will go and begin to reminisce about how he can make a sort of poetic justice sort of thing go on for that giant.
Malignant will hesitate a bit at the strangeness of all of this before heading down to inspect the rest of the Dragonframe. Been here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, things have been different. There's some new faces. People have been replaced over time. So I don't think that much has really happened.
I'm not sure if Villiger would notice new faces. He's got a couple people that he vaguely remembers the names of. Some he actually recognizes, but most are just, his people. They're like gold coins. They're interchangeable.
And then, of course, there's maybe a couple more orcs and like hobgoblins and sort of the little stuff that's been drifting up and splitting off from the Red Banner and such at various times. I found their way here, actually.
Actually, there's one thing that Velignov definitely wants to do pretty much as soon as he returns, maybe a few days later, which is to figure out who the main people responsible were for blowing up the mountain, and actually giving them a sizable reward. Because he's all about meritocracy, and that was great. initiative, skill, creativity. That's all he ever wants.
I mean, it's his lieutenants, right? It's the dwarves in artifice and architecture. It's the lizard folk with really just daring and sort of alien intelligence, and it's the humans in, well, ingenuity and technology and knowledge of such things even existing, as they talk to me.
So he will give each of his lieutenants I think a good 500 gold pieces. Like that's a big amount, I think.
Yeah.
And also, if they want to, they can ask something of Velignev, and he'll see if he can make it happen. Although no promises there if it's too extravagant.
Yeah, I mean, it's lieutenants. You know better than I do, really.
Yeah.
What they would request, right? Maybe something fanciful for the dwarves, like a forge or some special lens or something.
Yeah, probably.
Sorts of
He would absolutely expect all of them to request something that is for the greater good, obviously.
helpful in their job description.
Or, if they want some exotic entertainment, that's also fine. That's mental health. That's important.
In the future, if you need office supplies,
You want this fancy Westgate cheese? Sure. Yeah,
water
that's...
cooler. You don't want Westgate cheese, by the way.
Yeah. If they request it, they'll get it against their better judgment.
A therapy triceratops. I feel like for the office has many benefits. But rub the belly, pet it, it's so many uses for it.
I mean, honestly, the Trihorn that Velignev has basically been like a therapeutic animal just sitting there listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Just talk to it so much. But yeah, Velignev definitely wants to make it very clear that he approves of initiative and doing things. If he doesn't need to be consulted and it works out great, then great. If it works out terrible, well, that hasn't happened yet, so we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean that was the main thing he wanted when he recruited his lieutenants. Yeah, that and loyalty or fear, sort of a weird mix of both.
Ew, gross.
I mean, he doesn't really. He does. He doesn't require loyalty in him. He requires loyalty in what he's working for.
Mm-hmm.
He's perfectly fine with a bit of a casual sort of treatment by the minions he appreciates. As long as they are absolutely working towards what he is also working towards.
Yeah.
The dwarves are allowed to complain about how messy Velignev can be. That's fine. Just as long as you're working towards the thing he's working towards.
Utilitarian.
Yeah.
In that manner. All right. Yeah, well, he's back.
He's back.
What are his orders?
They're tight. There will be orders soon.
All right. Because then, unless someone else has a scene they want to do.
Yeah. I'm fine now.
No, I just want to highlight the visage of the Lycan is soaring in the sky, enjoying the fresh air, and then we switch to the people on the ground. Oh no! Oh, I heard tales of the days of the red dragon soaring in the sky.
Yeah. I remember the visage of Tazir sending your people a letter it's where Cicatrix is like holding someone's head down in acid, stabbing another person. What? Leave the city! There's a guild war, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
Red dragon. Oh God, my face! Ah!
So silencing them. Shut up!
In the last generation, remember the stories.
Exactly. My dad told me
Right.
when he was a boy.
He's
Tell
found
me I
it.
didn't get in your eyes. Shut your damn mouth.
Yeah.
say you're ever gonna murder us.
They said when the mountain exploded. That sign. Some say that's how red dragons are born.
I do wonder how, like, any of the locals who like are around and living interpret like a mountain peak exploding.
It's far away, right? So
It
when
is.
it goes, like, you might have like seen like a plume of dark smoke or something, but
And then like the peak is gone.
yeah, but you don't really see that because it's above the clouds most of the time.
True, it is that far up. I forgot that was that far up. Yeah, they don't
And
see it.
mostly they don't really notice it too much, right? On a really clear day, you might be like, "Oh, that looks." I mean, it's
Does that look different to
pretty
you?
distant, right? You know, some scholar, I'm sure, is outfitting an expedition to go and find out. He's probably going to end up dead somehow.
Fiog might call me to like learn like what the hell happened. That's what I'll know.
Someone will name it something, you know, like a giant's folly or something like that.
The locals are just happy that when they look that direction, they don't see like a dragon coming their direction. Like,
That's why I said
they're
like of
"Oh,
the locals who are
nice."
left. Because
Yeah, there is not a lot of humans like south of the river at this point, or even like sort of immediately north here that was still burned down. It hasn't really been a peaceful couple years to repopulate. What happened in Tizir and Elvasalt and so forth. Like,
did you know, Ari, that there used to be a little tiny town, adorable, with a giant tree by that lake called Elm, and it was populated with people and adventurers.
Oh yes,
And
I do.
yeah, now it's
I heard
just
legends.
yeah.
I take offense to that cursed place being called an adorable town.
And then it got cleansed in fire. Yeah.
everyone loved it there.
And now lizard, yeah.
They,
They
they,
sure
the dwarf.
they enthralled visitors with like ensorcelled pastries.
My fault. Let's get the initiative.
Just imagine you went to a place that was so great you didn't want to leave because they had awesome food and drinks and warm, nice beds.
I mean, isn't that how France get their tourists? Like croissants?
It's called out. Yeah, but beyond that, let's begin seeing what happens around the world, shall we?
Time to refresh my token properties. Woo! The company is healed.
Anyone want to do anything faction-wise before I just begin rolling the ball down the hill, so to speak?
Yeah, no.
All right.
All right. I'll do something then.
Okay.
I am going to look into outfitting a successful expedition to Starmantle. That's my goal. It was not appropriate for me to send my were-rats to go out there and do that because that's just it's not the thing that I want for them. That's not my expectations. Like just not what it is. I need like specialists, or adventurers who are like specialists anyway. So I think I need to give someone the resources to accomplish this for me, and I think that's going to be Novacree. Novacree is my resident magic specialist, the adventurer who threw himself at my claws to say I love dragons, and he's not. I haven't done a whole lot of things in his wheelhouse, so this is a way for him to gain power and do something that the dragon likes of him, and that is to be in charge of all of these resources that will in no way suffer under mismanagement or corruption, and round up an expedition to see what's up in Starmantle. So I guess I need to figure
the magical power of the place.
Yes, just so long as he doesn't come back with anyone who's spell scarred, that's a win in my book.
Yeah. Well, the last expedition sent by Cormyrian nobles certainly never returned, so
Yeah.
But that, Cormyr. All right.
So that's what I'm not looking, I suppose, I'm not looking to do what say Naflin is doing and support the creation of an entire new company. I just need to I need to create fund basically an expedition to go accomplish my goal.
All right. And what would be the stated goal? You want to have a report of what's going on.
Yeah, basically a scouting report. I have no knowledge or information regarding Starmantle at all, other than it's entirely been fucked over since the Spell Plague. I need to know what's going on there so I can take further action. Please inform me.
All right. That seems like a yeah. That's a thing that can be done. The there's no contest. There's no opposition here beyond the difficulty of actually accomplishing it. So, gathering the stuff is doable. You could do that on your resources. Essentially, you would then first do actions to collect your strengthen whatever relevant stats on it, right?
Okay.
Which I mean, it's at least treasury, definitely.
Yeah, I get that.
I think
like-
either might or influence could work. I mean, it's influence is learning things, so that seems most relevant.
Okay. So basically, like I'm gathering like money and like other sort of like adventurers or people to like go do this expedition. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what can you afford, right?
Yeah.
You could do things. You could tax your land to increase your treasure and such, which would, of course, give you more money to afford more people to then go do this. If you don't at first succeed, you can pump more money and influence into it to try again.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
I'm just going to look up because this, it's a fairly difficult thing to actually get a report back.
Yeah, like I'm not expecting that to be delivered to me right now, like so that I immediately take action, but I just want that in the works.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. You are on friendly terms with the Druids of Malar, but you're not on friendly terms with the Druids of Nabanyan. So I think that can go
Cancel
either way. Yeah, like you'll have some help and then some not help. Though, to be honest, most of them would be okay with going and have a look at it.
I figure even like the Druids of Nobanyan are like,
They
Starmantle is bad.
It's the one thing they all agree upon is let's try to fix this. Hence why it's what they're doing right now. They're trying to deal with this problem, or at least it's where their attention is, even if they don't have like a clear idea of how to solve it without just having it go nuts, kill everyone. Nobody wants that. No. Yeah. Is it something you could do in a year, though? I think so.
Okay. If not, that's cool too. Like if Novacree takes like like a couple of years to get back to me, I wouldn't be like I wouldn't hate him for it.
I mean, it depends on the role, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
could take a long time, could not take a long time. I think the minimum here, and this is where the game tells me to be wary, right? Because I should consider that even a low success is still hard. I think it might be I think this task might require a minimum success of a 5.
Okay.
Meaning that anything like 4, 3, 2, 1 just don't work.
All right. Got it.
It's going to be a treasure and influence task.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Time-wise, how long does it take? It might be something where we say you do a roll. No, I think just doing rolls normally. If it takes long because you have to try again and again to get the success, that might be where the time factor comes in. It could happen in a year, or it could be something that you have to invest into multiple years.
Yeah, I like that. I like the theme of that. Sure. Okay. I will make an influence and treasury roll. Before I do that, I will make a territory and sovereignty roll to get some money out of these merchants that travel the roads. Like it's time to pay your annual tithe for protection. And if that doesn't work, we might use might and sovereignty to insist that they pay.
Yeah. Well, we'll take it anyway.
That's right. You better pay. So that's territory and sovereignty is 5 dice for me. That is no. Okay. I will deduct territory by 1.
Mm-hmm. People have been scared off the road a little bit to try to look for all the brutes.
Hermith will glare at them, and then he will use might and sovereignty, and the dragon will assist in that to insist that you don't get to run off the roads. You're paying. You paid. Good.
Yes, quite a lot too. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll deduct. We'll deduct might by 1. A few where rats have casualties get replaced.
Some skirmishes by Avadi merchants of various sorts.
How dare they not pay? Like they think they could just travel.
They came all the way from like the distant eastern continent, and now this dragon thinks it can take it from like now.
They're so close.
Through sail, that's their goal. They just have to go to.
This is the safest place here near the Dragon Coast. You don't understand.
The whole plague lands to the south. It was terrible.
Once you cross past like Red and Seer, it's all hell up there. You don't get it. I am the only thing saving you. This is how you treat me. All right. That'll be 7 dice, and Misery Leader is absolutely insisting on this because it's a cause that matters to her. So 8 dice on this.
Oh my god! Look at that, 666
and 999.
All right. So this is where I'd say the thing that it can happen in 1 year, right? Because it's hard to justify a roll like this would take more. It's the one roll engine after all. It's the thing where the better you do,
That's right. That's what happens when you tell the merchants to go fuck themselves. That also happens when my dragon applies herself.
The thing is, and how flavor this in the Temple of Ogma and Red and Seer here, right? It has a big heroic sort of tavern here. People are it's an adventuring city, but it has been lame the last many years.
I guess that's true.
There's no bandits, there's trouble. The smugglers are gone, the weird vampires are gone, the spell-scud cultists are gone, the land has been scorched, desolate. Like, things are happening in Westgate. It's as an adventurer, there's other places. And the people who go here who are, not the highest level, maybe it's just there's not a lot going on. Especially if you don't want to do things that are bad. If you're up for doing evil things, then go to Westgate and get killed, I guess. But people who have morality have been finding very few patrons who actually want to pay them. Now this Eladrin comes, and sure, he has a mysterious patron, right? But offers them, yes, you will have money if you and silk bolts, I guess, and someone's boots if you travel to the city of Starmantle. They say the last expedition was disappeared, mysterious ruins and treasures hidden beneath the city. Surely it was a wealthy city-state after, It's a whole spiel. The guy has a hood, sits in the tavern, adventuring parties hear it, and they go off. And the first mission is just to find information. All he wants is a report, maybe some sketches. What's happened? What's going on? And given things that currently happen in Westgate, probably take the land route, honestly. And I suppose with those roles, he does it well, and a lot of, he actually gathers a sizable group. I guess he did convince people to go fight a dragon, so. He gathers a sizable group, travels there, crosses the river, travels through the forest, probably along the coast mostly, gets unseen. There used to be black dragons here raiding people who'd do that, but after Starmantle, they sort of left. I actually found a little thing. The Cicatrix used to live near Starmantle. But
Never went back.
you will get some reports of what Starmantle is at the moment.
Okay, cool.
Fewer people returned than left. I think with that success there, I think your own guy does come back.
All right, great.
Does return, and he's not spell scarred.
Delightful.
He will inform that some people made it, and of those, some had to be culled because they exhibited plague-related diseases.
The correct choice.
He has no morality. He also is not sure that this place has the power that he desires, but
That's how we
Maybe,
like him.
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, so just to give a little background, Starmantle was a city of 1,000 years. It's been there 1,000 years. It's a city-state along with Cizir, along with Westgate, along with Ilpur and Pros, who are also now ruined over here. City-states that sort of darted across the Draken coast and sort of northern Gulfmere forest here. All trade cities. Starmantle certainly not in the least so. They were specialized in trading in magical things, artifacts, magical dust, books, whatever things like that you might not be entirely able to trade in other cities, because wizards like to have things their way, and Starmantle will let them have it. It was a nice city, an open city, a beautiful city, and a very cosmopolitan city, renowned for allowing any intelligent race that sort of could agree and behave itself somewhat to live there. Meaning that they had citizens who were civilized lizard folks, ogres, and the like, were part of the city's militia, and it actually worked out pretty well. They never really bothered a whole lot of people. Even the Gulfmere Forest, like druids, were not overly bothered by them, which is, that's something. They didn't go far into the forest. They stayed by the water. Well, there was a bridge here, and used to be a trade route from Westgate going along the passage, along the coast here, just to get to Starmantle. They were a big enough trade deal for that. In the spell plague, though, the stories say that people just saw a blue glint and then smoke. And anyone who has gone there since has returned pale, different, or not at all, to give strange reports of what has been happening in this. Your own people certainly give similar accounts. The once beautiful buildings of the city are in a sad state. He'll begin. They have mainly been collapsed, scorched, or turned to glass by the fell magic of the spell plague. Across them, as he sort of shows an illustration of some ruined molten, like a tower, flow sort of sentient ooze-like obsidian, molten glass still seething and bubbling with heat that seems to seek out life and cover it with its toxic fumes or its own molten mass. Those who touched it were burnt and turned into something that covers most streets. Along the streets, they're littered with emerald large crystals, some the size of horses, some as small as birds. Some resemble just heaps, others have distinctly humanoid shapes, frozen in place, as if at the moment the spell plague hit, they were all crystallized. From each one hums a strange tune that harmonizes between all the crystals of the city. It is said, or those who heard it and listened to it, they were driven mad, flaying their own skin, or joining in the chorus and freezing to the spot, unable to be moved in the future. Between these crystals, amongst the streets, where the obsidian does not flow, is a purple hazy mist. It flows around, and if breathed in or touched, it will infect you. Your eyes will turn purple, and you will begin to walk on all four, screaming, coughing, as your flesh turns against you, twisting and mutating into something else, something horrid, spell-scarred abominations. Those that have been touched by such things, or perhaps even survived since the city's desolation, creep amongst these haunted ruins, looking for any semblance of life, of the life they once knew, or just living magic that they can starve their minds upon.
Oof.
It's a very bad place. We found no sign of other expeditions except for a ship that had been pulled into harbor. Not a living soul there, and the weather and time had taken most of it.
In your travel there and back, did you encounter any signs of any other travelers, not just... You said no expeditions, but I know that the Emerald Enclave is a vested interest. Anyone challenge you there back?
We were watched by beasts most of the way. However, we traveled along the coast, and they did not seem to want to leave the forest edge. They allowed us to look upon the place, and they watched over us as we did. We were not harassed by beasts or the like. It is possible that they intended for us to see the city, but perhaps would have intervened if we tried to harness its power in some fashion. Novakri always speaks of power with a sort of a push on the word.
Right. Well, you have garnered us power in a sense, and that of knowledge, which few so seldom possess. This is but a step. Think of all of the knowledge that would be locked away there. All of any sort of artifacts that have been left there to rot in Starmantle's destruction.
You rolled so well here that I'm gonna even say that he pushed a little extra and got a little something that might actually be relevant.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I managed to fly across the city. Above it, mostly the fumes are dangerous. At a high height, it seems like none of the creatures within can lift themselves off the ground much. The city, the desolation seems to be focused mostly on a particular area of it, a point at which the spell plague struck the hardest. There still is a pit of blue flame burning, the flames of the plague itself. It is in a crater, as if something is buried there. However, as it is still burning, whatever is buried must still be functioning, must still be magical, as if a fuel source of sorts is producing raw magic that is then being devoured by the flames. Something that could continue for so long. I mean, even after the spell plague, some flames persisted, slowly burning away things of artifacts or the remains of gods, but something that is continuously creating raw magic would be a power we couldn't even...
I think Missouri leadership adopts like the same glint in her eyes that Nova Korea has.
The elves once said they made such a thing that caused all dragons in the world to go mad, but imagine what we could do with such a thing. A battery, a way to produce such power. He sort of shakes a little bit. I had to help myself back from simply leaping at it, but the fire would have consumed me, as it does. Those of my compatriots who were less careful.
Yes, we will look more into how to resolve this issue and secure this item.
You see like a cut, as he says, as others were less... We see him behind a group of other wizards as he dispels their fly spell, so they fall into the pit. And he sees the fire, what the fire does to them, and then he's like, no.
Look at that. Be sourceful.
No, that would not be good.
Be sourceful.
Emphasis on the sorcerer part of it. Of course he does.
So there is a lot of power there. A lot of power, and I don't exactly know how we can claim it. If we do, the stars are the limit for what we could do with it.
Yes. I have an idea of this, which Missouri Leader will spin off to Nova Cree. Anyone who's going to have that kind of knowledge, or any sort of thing where there, is going to be at the Temple of Agba. And something that they love are first-hand accounts of experiences. So if one were to trade first-hand accounts of those experiences in exchange for the research to defeat, this terrible blue flame, without informing the Ogmites that one may then obtain this powerful magical treasure, that would be great. I think I'm going to see if I can broker that from the Ogmites. If Nova Cree would be so kind to share the first-hand expedition, omitting, the incredible power that lays there.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to share that.
Try.
Yeah.
I believe he is actually pretty good at deception. So, the old
he has some experience.
Most sociable people, certainly. They've been fooled before by another dragon. Also, I don't think they would actually care if there's hidden power. They would just like to record it all and then
Right,
sell
right.
that knowledge to someone who might want to know.
That's why I figure like the first-hand account would be like,
Yeah. Well, they want that stuff. Write it down, record it, and then hoard it in a big library. No one can read it. That's the important part. That others don't get to have it.
exactly.
Of course, if you give them knowledge, they would insist that you don't then tell a lot of people yourself.
Well, I certainly don't intend to.
Ideally, be a problem.
Yeah.
And they can't hoard it as much. Beyond that, I mean, they necessarily would be interested in just investigating the city. Starmantle itself had books on magical lore.
Yeah, I had thought about that. I guess I wanted this was like a way to like gauge like the interests of the Temple of Agma with that.
Yeah. Sure. I think that's just a diplomacy check from you, really.
Yeah.
I have a DC here for the Temple of Agma. You've dealt with them before. They are positively aligned towards you. You've really ensured that their thing here is going pretty well. So, sending Nova Cree with a report of this information that has been gathered.
38.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, if you want to, I mean, they might even suggest a joint venture. They have a couple of PhDs, funding for PhDs they could put on that, with the idea of investigating Starmantle in various sort of ways. You want information specifically on how to deal with the hazards that are in there?
Yeah, the environmental hazards.
Like how to stop those, and that is something they will need to actually research, because who knows what you do to living obsidian flows. And
but if there's anyone in this vicinity who could learn how to do that for me, it's them. That's why I've kept them.
Yeah. There is one other faction that used to have that knowledge. They were maybe a little bit too enthusiastic to share their information. Yeah, all right. Then the Temple of Agma will begin attempting to acquire that information. They've been sitting pretty here for a bit.
They have not done anything, but yeah, a joint venture with them to do like a full on, like, instead of just a scouting expedition to tackle the environmental hazards, they can like recover some books, and Nova Cree and Missouri can recover some priceless magical treasure.
Yeah.
That sounds fair.
For the Temple of Agma, it certainly at this moment I must stress is an academic venture.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go there like to fight and cleanse the city. That is not
absolutely not. No, I would not expect that of them.
They like their fortress, sort of fort monastery situation. They've got going. They feel pretty safe in there.
But if
they were attacked by dragons, they lived, and no one else has really done that around here. So, they can be smart about that.
That's right.
Magic ballistae, and that's the way to go. If only other people knew how to make them.
Yeah, but if magical ballistae could be brought along with the whole like venture to beat back, some of the horrors of Starmantle, then some books could be brought back.
I would say if there's still existing spellfire, then it might leap to the ballistae and burn the magic within them, or to magical creatures itself.
Oh, that means I can't go for sure.
It cannot be extinguished, and it literally burns up magic.
Yeah, that's a big no-no of the dragon going. Can't do that.
Back then, the weave still existed, and so the spellfire could leap across the threads of magic. Right now, magic is wild. There's no weave, and so, it can't really spread by itself. But if you connect it to magic, it might well follow.
Yeah,
some people have tried to weaponize it, but it has never gone well, and the people who tried are usually turned into some sort of aberration things.
Damn, we'll both have to work through proxies. Okay, you've convinced me.
It's one of the things the Emerald Enclave is afraid of. If you bring that to the slightly sort of to the magical areas of the forest, it could be real bad. Nobody wants to do that. It's a dangerous place. That said, they can certainly also, they also have some information about it.
Great. It doesn't have to be given to me now, since I'm not going to take immediate action on it now.
Was it their adventurers who were burned, wizards that were burned into crisps by the blue flames?
The Emerald Enclave? No.
With the dispel?
Adventurous.
Okay.
That's on Nova Cree's lack of morality. That's not on me.
They wanted to go.
It was important research that Nova Cree did. Like, that was very good. He wouldn't have learned
5 out of 5 casualties in blue spellfire.
Yeah. I mean, that has some significant numbers, I feel like.
He
And
lists down the
not
Okay.
casualty
dependent,
report and then pockets the money. He's so
yeah,
clever.
not dependent on their level of magic. Like, there was the apprentice, there was the other guy, right? Like, there's some interesting connotations.
Hmm.
Is for out,
I
if nothing else.
think
That's
the other thing I'm interested in this year is we can like wait later on the session for this because I've taken up enough airtime, but reaching out to the druids of Malar to sort of like get in on like this whole like, hey, I want to like beat up Starmantle too and cleanse the flame. But I want you guys, I want Team Malar to be the one who does this so we can shove it in O'Banion's face. If we all work together, my money, your insight, the Ogmites are going to throw in some knowledge on how to like protect creatures from going in there. We can do this. But it doesn't have to be right now.
Do this.
That's right. Team Malar.
Yeah, you can have that conversation maybe with M. When,
Yeah, Amaranth. Yeah,
when
Invisure would somewhere in the year like fly towards the Gulfmere herself.
this is still on. The expedition's still ongoing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Too. Does anyone else have something they want to initiate here at the beginning of the year before things go down?
I think so.
Oh, right.
Go for it.
Well enough wants to visit the Spion tribe and make them an offer they cannot refuse.
All right.
This is much better when it's you and not Rearman.
Yeah, I think so. It's basically paraphrasing the offer. It's he'll lament the fact that they have been had to be so passive, and will offer to take them under his wing, which will mean he'll join them in raids. He'll make sure that they are protected should they get attacked. All those goodies. As long as they share all and every resource as well as knowledge with him. And if they don't like that, then he's gonna force them. I don't know how else to put that.
All right.
then they're really forcing him to
Yeah,
other-
it's
forcing the hand, if you.
it's just sad, and if they don't want to progress by accepting his offer, then well, he'll have to take things into his own claw, so to speak.
So, okay. So this is important for their way of doing things. Do you phrase this as a cooperation, sort of a business like relationship where you give them something and they do something for you, or is it a sort of hierarchical thing where you tell them what to do and then they do it?
It's cooperation if they volunteer, and it's subjugation if they don't.
Okay, then I suggest at first you give me a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy check. Well, that is
how well you phrase your.
that is actually perfect because Veliknov does diplomacy through implied threats.
Which, I mean, like, that can be done, but it also does kind of change the tenor of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the tenor he's going for, though.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is,
But it's not really cooperation.
I was going to ask for intimidate check afterwards, but
well, you're gonna get 2 intimidate checks. Then.
yeah, I guess I'm going to get 2 intimidate checks.
All right,
because
try the stick.
Mechanically, yeah, Veliknov has the power. Try the stick.
Yep.
So when he does a diplomacy check,
That,
he can make
that beautiful
check.
power.
For a 34.
All right, that's your diplomacy. Would you do me an intimidate check?
All right. 28.
All right, yeah. So it turns out you're scary, dragon, and you'll be thanked for your offer, and they will confer, to paraphrase it again, with their shamans, and come to the conclusion. You know what? It has been very quiet, and this dragon wants to go do something, and that seems like it could work, right? They're not working for the dragon; they're working with the dragon. And
That's true, yeah.
And that is important to them that they can tell themselves that.
I mean, they can ask anyone who is under Veliknov. They all work with Veliknov, not for him.
That's yeah. the next question will be then. I think they won't even confirm it. I think they will just ask, where are we raiding? Actually, they know only of the city to the north and a city along the river that could be good targets.
Do they think they need to live near a river? Or would they be willing to move?
I would say this land we found, there is space for us to grow here. However, we have seen little beyond peace. If there was a place that gave greater reward, perhaps some of our people could move. Though they seem reluctant to move because this is kind of close to the passage that led them here, and they kind of like to have the attachment still to the
Yeah,
deep.
I mean, that's fair. I think if we'll tell them, yeah, if you stay here, then Tizia, the city to the north, is obviously ripe for the picking. But to the west, there's a lot of places there too that are otherwise a bit distant. And also, if you moved a bit west at least, then you would be closer to where he is, and he can come quicker to respond to threats and such.
Well, there is a place they've had their eyes on.
The Eelford?
No, well,
I was
maybe
gonna say,
that's full of friars. They don't like that. There's a hamlet with only a handful of people nowadays. On the other side is
No,
water. If that could be claimed, and the locals don't have to die, but if they were to be made to work for the lizard chief, then it could also serve as a good outpost. More outposts, more space, it's more behemoths.
No, that's not what Willingham meant at all. More like the northern edge of the mountains. He did promise Worm's Hamlet that he would, keep them safe, and that ancient word at this point still holds.
Mm-hmm.
So if the little folk would rather stay in the ruins of Elm, that's there's some poetic justice in that.
Well, Samyana tells them that to find land where you can prosper and grow numerous is good until you are so numerous that your enemies appear at your fringes, at which point you kill them and take their land as well. Growth and numbers is what matters in this world. More of a clan, more of a tribe is what is essential.
Yeah,
absolutely. More to have land where you're not immediately killed as fast as you can appear.
If
they like this place because it's what they have got for them, what they've got going for them. There's no direct threats around. There are targets, but they're all defended by dragons, as it turns out.
I mean, sure, that's fine, but there's a standing offer. If some of them want to move into the Dragonfane, see what the High Life is up to, then they are more than welcome.
Well, you see, they have understood and heard that the Skywings are there somewhere. There are Skywings, they fly, and that is not what behemoths are supposed to do. They wouldn't want to try to. There's a risk that they would sully their clan with the blood of such inferior behemoths compared to their own spire horns. That would be a shame to do. They would grow weaker as a clan and tribe.
Well, Malignant will do this thing where he's obviously saying something to tease them a bit, like exaggerating, as he'll say. He has seen great usage of the skinwing behemoths, and he has not really gotten to use and employ any of the spire horns because, well, so far there's been no cooperation between the tribes. So maybe through action and service you can prove that your behemoths are indeed superior ones. But he would of course need quite a few to have for his own purposes, so he can test them properly. A regular supply, even.
A joined raid, perhaps. Then.
Yeah, perhaps.
Show the superiority of these people. Perhaps the city of Redancier along the river. They could sneak up upon it and night raid could try to gather the resources of the place too.
But the city to the north is far larger.
It is, yes, but they don't think they have the numbers to really threaten it.
Oh, Veliknev does. Not the numbers, perhaps, but the ambition.
Sure, yeah. You could convince them. I mean, they've only seen that like briefly.
But Red and Seer is not on the menu. You can go east, but
They
not.
understood that.
You can go west, but not east.
They were informed by a dragon when they appeared that south of the river is the dragons, and so is that city. So they could live here peacefully, and they've done.
Yeah,
so.
but she has never bothered them.
No, they've been peaceful here, and they're happy to continue. But if Tysir's on the menu, I mean, think of the money. They would have to, of course, break through Tysir's money to actually take some, like in a good amount. But yeah, they would be if that could be done. Then you would be.
And that couldn't possibly bother Cormyr because Tazir's under symbiont influence. Oh, the Lignith here
So
would
they
be
might bother
moved.
the Mark. That siphon money from him.
Yeah. Well, or
but,
maybe
you
it's a
know.
greater opportunity for the Mark to make money if the Zir are like, please,
Yeah,
come
yeah,
save us.
definitely.
Here we are playing galaxy like chess brain
Then
maneuvers.
Mark
Here.
to ensure that Tysir is safe from Velignith. As a plan has been done before.
It has worked in the past very well.
Velignith menaces around. Another dragon offers to save the place, and then does.
Yeah, that was the exact plan with Thunderhome as well, but they don't have a dragon yet, so it's really their own fault.
They tried to get me, and I'm like, it's too far. That's why I asked. Like, I remember that conversation. Like,
Yeah.
I could just pretend. No pretend. Don't lie to him.
It's gotta be real.
Like, okay.
But yeah, if the Spyhorn tribe wants to do a joint raid to test the waters of cooperation, then that's what will happen.
Sure.
He's on the battlefield. As
Want to
any
throw down now? Just
corporation should be.
attack Tysir with their might?
Not right away. We can let some time pass.
All right. All right. I mean, it's not really the Spyhorn's turn anyway, so.
Yeah. When it's their turn, Veliknev will attack them.
Yes. When it's their turn. All right. And I believe the Mark already said that you didn't have anything you wanted to do immediately. So
No, yeah.
let's get to something. The Rippers are the first people, the first faction to act. They see the Captain's Council here on top. They would like the Night Masks because they like the undead. Do they feel strongly about it right now? They're fairly strong, actually. There's the weird cult of the dragon. What the hell are they even doing here? If they could get another ally, they would feel confident in being able to win this. How would the Marked feel about joining them? The two Mind Flayers.
As a reminder, Team Night Mask kicked my shit in and also walloped on the Mark as well.
Oh
last
yeah,
session.
no, they tried to murder me last time.
They
so,
absolutely. I forgot that they sent a fucking assassin
Yeah,
afterwards,
I mean, you know,
and they know now that she's a dragon.
it's
there'll
all
be a dead
business.
person as an answer.
So
That's not. Which they like. They like dead people. So you know. No.
so no possibility of cooperation here.
No.
Turns out nobody else wants to work with the Night Masks because they remember the reign of terror they had over the city. Nobody wants to play a blood tax. That's just a gross idea, and nobody liked it. So Night Masks certainly didn't win any favors with that. So they were powerful enough back then, but these days, well, Rippers, I guess you got to do something yourself. They don't feel super confident about the Captain's Council, though. I think they will delay for now. They're not. The Night Masks are weak, and they feel like they need to protect them. Then with that response, they don't want to be alone right now.
Yeah.
Proskür over here, little town. You know what? Given what's recently happened, they're just rebuilding. Been involved enough now to have it turn, so they will just do their thing to rebuild. Blue Sun Guild looks at the current situation, looks at what they have left. You know, they came here, they joined with these Order of the Basilisk, but I think they will say, nah, you know what? We're looking for other friends. This current situation is not. They don't want to die for these rich people, and they will if this continues. Cormier. What have we got going on for Cormier? There's no dragons really. They don't matter whatsoever. There's the wasted wheat. It's still weak. Sempia is not in a. Tessir is not in a place where that's something possible. See my timeline for their actual behind the scenes sort of stuff they're doing. There's still time. They're behind historical schedule. They're friends with the Erebor. They kicked the Red Banner host. That was good. Elvasol has been freed and given to a government that is, well, who knows where they stand, but for now they will just watch this Red Banner host, and hopefully that has been handled. They can turn their gaze back to this guild war in Westgate. They need to do something about these current situations they have, right? They need to strengthen the fire knives. So that's what they will do. First, they will do a bit of monetary support. Yes, they will. Then a bit of... Yeah, let's do a bit of military support. That's good. And, yeah, maybe that'll do. Maybe that'll do for now.
All right, Cormier, you're getting some successes.
Actually doing it, yeah. Getting involved in this thing. Yeah, they're gonna try to see if they can get the fire knives back on top here. That's gonna be what they try to. Now that's the problem with these captains, these damned captains. They don't like the pirates. Cormier's never liked the pirates. Pirates are bad, according to them. So sadly, the pirates are not really on the sea right now. They're not really pirating, so that's good. Cormier's actually doing well with the trade. You know, they're just freely sailing in and trading back and forth. Yeah. Might be. Is there anyone else they could? They don't really want to associate with anyone else but the fire knives. And that's even tangential. They're not super happy with it already. No, maybe they need to actually invade somewhere, but that would provoke Sembia, and then that would be a whole thing. I feel like they need more balls in the air, right? They need to be able to. If Elsol's off the table, no, it really is Westgate right now that needs to be handled. Still, there's no real factions who are sympathetic to them, so I guess that's a call. If anyone needs Cormier to save them in exchange for absolute subservience to Cormier, then that is an option. They want Westgate to be pacified. You know, the proclamations that trials will be held for criminals in Westgate and such, it doesn't win them any votes. Nobody really wants them to win. But what are you gonna do? That's gonna be it for now. They're in a tough position. The Zhentarim. Still influenced by Sembia to just sort of throw their weight around. Make chaos, as it were. Or, if ever the fire knives get on top, destroy them, if at all possible. So let's see. Actually, let's just have a 1, 2, 3. Let's have a D10.
No, that's all right. Let's not do that.
Let's have a D10. Let's see.
You gonna do it, Grimmith?
Who is collateral damage to the?
I mean, I don't live there anymore, so it's got to be you.
Who is collateral damage to the Zhentarim? Basically, it's just who gets in between their dumb guild war. They're like they have their whole own thing, right?
Oof.
9. So they will slab the Order of the Basilisk.
Oh, good.
You know, they need the money, so they don't actually at all. But oh boy, yeah, no, Order of the Basilisk don't really. They're low now.
I remember the last time that they attacked the Order of the Basilisk. They just walked in, took the money, and left.
Yeah, it's the same now. Could you give me another one?
Yeah, they don't stop until they're stopped.
Yeah, and then they'll go do what they're actually supposed to do. 2. They will slap the Cult of the Dragon around.
Welcome to Westgate.
Let's go take their money too.
Yeah.
Cult of the Dragon, they don't. Well, they have 0 territory actually, so. Yeah, no, I guess they just get slapped as well.
This is your initiation. Yep. Welcome to the city.
All right. Which keeps paying for their current work.
Yeah.
So both need to be raided. Yeah. Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate for them. Yeah, you know what? Maybe they should just eat the Cult of the Dragon. Just bring them in. Bring them into the whole thing. Whole chaos. Can't actually nex anyone right now, but I guess they just don't like him. They don't like the look of him. They'll attack for to just do preemptive attack, just to kill a bunch of them. Which they will.
They can't defend themselves?
They would like to, but no. Well,
the odds of them getting any sort of double at all with the dice they're gonna have.
It's they will, you know, and they would. It's not like even if they won, they wouldn't really. They would just spend more. Chances are that Zhentarim will look to someone else if they just curl up into a ball and cry. You know? So let's see.
I mean, it's true.
Nope. Nope.
Okay, the Blue Sun Guild get their teeth kicked in. Yeah, I mean, what do they want to do with them, really?
Oh, God. I don't like this lottery.
It keeps things going, right?
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of time.
They should kick their teeth into. Get out of here. This city belongs to Zhentarim.
There's a reason
they'll actually try to defend against that and fail. So, yeah.
Smack.
Yeah, that's.
You know what?
You know what? After that, they'll look at this country and say, "Nah, screw this.
Yeah.
Out. This is not worth it."
Yep. I remember when they were over here, like setting up a place.
They would be eaten right now. So at least for now, they're gonna just fail. All right. Well, they won that fight, so.
Oh.
That's now it's a D9 technically.
Oh.
Oh
no!
Well, marked. They will come to kill a bunch of dudes.
I'd like to
kill a bunch of dudes. You clearly you're not respecting their time or their effort.
Okay.
And, yeah, double
another pair of ones.
I gotta defend against that.
That's right. In order to win the beholder's respect, you have to defend against the Zhentarim. You can't just let them walk in.
What's that again? Territory and might?
And might, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you could even do a preemptive attack if you felt so inclined instead of
risk more, but
risk more, but bloody their noses and say, "See, Getra, look at how awesome the marked are."
Then he's just gonna be like, "Yes, let's take him. Let's take him."
He already is like that.
Yeah, I know. Like Mr. Gajik's mailbox is just full of. And I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? Like,
it does.
Yes, if you try to counterattack but fail, you take an extra damage.
Yeah.
But if you succeed, then they get walloped in the face.
And then they take the extra.
That's right. Then you get to brag to Getra.
No, I have a lot of other things right now that I need.
All right, sure.
But Visigatrix will get involved though. She is.
You'll put a dragon on the battlefield.
You know what? No, that's not good enough. If she's gonna want to get involved, see it done. Fuck the Zhentarim, man. You're gonna let them walk all over you? Just gonna trust your minions to defend? No.
Yeah. All
You
right.
kick their teeth in.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Fair. So I guess I preemptive attack them.
Yeah. So now you make an attack against them, and whoever's attack wins.
Oh.
Well,
well,
that's
There
yours.
you
And you
go.
know what? With that, you do it even. You hear, yeah, the Zhentarim are done with these other guys. They left the city. They might come for us next. And with that roll, it means that you basically go, oh, let's get them before they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you attack them. You take 1 for doing it. While
Yeah.
they will be slapped in the face, losing extra might than they otherwise
Good.
would. And now they've been hurting a little bit. They don't like it. They don't like it at all.
Yeah. Must be rough. Wait. So that's attacking this treasury.
You took -1 to might or treasury.
Yeah. That's treasury.
They will they'll pull in some influence here to get somebody. They need to up their strength a bit.
I love how much influence was a Zhentarim.
They have so much influence.
As a
They
continent-spanning organization.
I mean, I will say, if we could absorb them, like, fuck
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
I would never trust a reality which involved absorbing a piece of this entire.
Like, what if the cult of Cyric joined me? You're like,
Nah.
I don't know if you want that.
Well, no.
It's like, I love their network of influence, but could I genuinely make use of them?
Conscript some random
I mean,
people around here.
I think Visigatrix is quite comfortable. I think most of her people
There
are
you
pretty mad.
Zhentarim feels now that they have what they need to defend. Though their lifespan is limited, and eventually they will fracture into multiple other factions that will inherit bits of their stuff depending on who they are.
Yeah.
Which could ignite a whole new guild war,
ready.
all things considered.
Yeah, the Thunder Dragons will be like, huh.
Or a feast. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they will be stabilized or something. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh
No. No.
Currently, their job is to make chaos and make sure the Fire Knives don't win.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I support that agenda.
Elversalt will spend their time rebuilding and preparing for the inevitable next person.
They heard of the dragon's return.
no, they're just recovering from the centaurs living there.
Oh man.
Wait, Santa's and Eversalt?
I included that in the recap. The Red Banner host had
Right,
Elversalt.
yes, you did. It shrunk.
There you go.
And then they got booted out by Erebor and Thunderhome.
Yeah, Cormia tried, and Cormia just rolled absolute garbage.
And
Like they
Elversalt
just
is no longer the size of a large city-state. They have suffered so much desolation, robbing, pillaging, massacres, broken statuary. Like, it is a
Hobgoblins.
sad sight at this point.
you know, some guy bought a villa there, thinking he would retire here. It's just didn't work out.
They're in the top tier small token, but they're in the same category as Spire type, and they don't like that. All right, Sutras hold down the south. They've stabilized themselves. There's still these weird things going on, but they have decent control.
Oh yes, the assassins.
Anything, I think they're just gonna let the time pass to just normalize the current situation, honestly. What else are you gonna do at some point? You gotta sit down. Maybe talk some to Rimanthea about this giant that's trapped in their wall. Alright, Thunderhome looks at the Red Banner host. they feel like winners now. Ilvasold and them are friends. Iriabor might be friends with them. That's like a whole new. This is a great time to be a dwarf. They have also heard that Velignith the dragon is back, which is an emissary will be sent to the Dragon Fane to congratulate him on his victorious return from whatever important deed he was doing.
Wonderful.
And just, the dwarf is here to probe, to hear what's going on with him. They've been seeing a lot of flyings of lizard folk, and if there's anything Velignith is looking for around Thunderhome, maybe they can help. They know their whole claimed area very well, and have many hidden bunkers and defenses within it, well staffed and established with soldiers. So if there's something the dragon looks for, they would love to help him find.
Why, Velignith will receive this messenger personally, of course, and tell him that the dwarves have been great allies in the past few years. The fact that they agreed to temporarily take care of his silver mine was very much appreciated. Talk should be opened on how to proceed about that particular topic.
Yes. Yes.
Oh no! Oof. Okay, the dwarves are gonna be desperate
By
now.
Muradin's beard.
Emissary heads back like, we got a problem. This is exactly what we thought would happen, and this
Hey,
happened.
we're out of time. Is Elvasold ready? No?
Yeah.
All right.
You think you want to go visit the Red Banner host? No.
Velignith will graciously, of course, say that he will not expect any tribute from the wealth that the silver mine has been generating while the dwarves have been watching over it. Of course, that's their own, but
Oh, there's a terrible. No wealth has been gained. The cost of this war has been far too great. It will be paid over generations. But of course, a dragon like you have no need for such miserly wealth. You're incredibly wealthy and powerful, and to show such concern for such a pittance would be below you, surely. No, instead,
Well, you see, but the silver mine has heavy religious importance. You must understand.
Yes, they know. The Dwarven Lord of Gold and Gems and Silver is great patron of.
Yes.
I think you should confer with your clerics once more and double check what you're saying there.
All right, yeah. I mean, basically, this was a vibe check, right? You're like, so how are we doing? And Velignith said, your stuff, I want it. And, well.
It's like, how are we doing? And it's worse than what we were the last time we spoke.
This is great. I'm so happy.
Thunderhome looks around. Yes. Can they talk to the giants? No, not really. They're on the other side of the mountain. Are the giants going to help them save them? No, obviously not. They would take the silver mine for themselves.
They absolutely murdered the giants when they were.
Well, they're different giants, but yeah.
Oh, that's true.
They've got some.
Oh yeah, no, that was a different hierarchy. That was same to the dwarves, really. Elvasold is their friend. Can Elvasold really save them? No, Elvasold can't save them. Elvasold has a citizen guard and stuff, but it is less than they have themselves. Iriabor could, but we all it's been discussed by them that yes, they are friends in that they don't mind one another and don't really have any interest in one another's spheres of influence. But it's not like Iriabor's going to send their people down here to the mountains to defend against a dragon attack for silver mine they've barely heard of. They look to the Red Banner host. Think maybe that ship has sailed. Maybe not fusing with the centaurs and losing our cultural identity to become servants of some Winter Lord thing. What does that leave them with? Where does that leave Thunderhome? Who would help them without taking their silver mine?
What could they possibly offer that someone as well to inconvenience themselves to come help them?
Yeah, exactly. There's one thing they have that they could now offer. That is Elvasalt. Less as Elvasalt might think of it that way.
I was going to say, like, is it really there?
Dwarven support in some fashion. Or if nothing else, the dwarves have some influence over it. No. If the red dragon is on the warpath, and it sounds like he is, there's only one place you could try to join up with to stop that. They don't have many options here. So look at their map. To the north, there's the Comirians on Proskure. If they could be brought to Elversalt, they would be close enough to sort of influence the Thunderhome region. Sure, they would not have a port, but Cormier at half strength is still more than Thunderhome has. So I think that's what they'll be spending their turn here doing. They will be going to Elversalt to say, what about Comirian protection?
They used to say no to that.
They can bring the expedition force back and watch over the city.
Together, all three of us can defend against the Red Banner host or any future threat that might appear.
Remember when a red dragon burned this place down a decade ago?
And Proskure, really.
That's true.
We have not been targeted by the dragon, but might only be a matter of time.
That's a really compelling argument based on like
They have a pretty good argument.
based on recent evidence and not so recent evidence.
It is back would be the first thing to say. Relignith has returned. You know.
I love the influence that he had.
Quiver in their boots.
Youths who saw like their farmsteads and families burn like ever so long ago, like
First
him.
Is increase your treasure. Increase your treasury with the silver from the silver mine.
Oh yeah, they did that.
They can bring silver gifts, and then let's see if they can influence Elversalt here.
You know, they could have brought Lignus silver gifts.
No, he wants to mine. It's different.
Yeah.
That's a certainly. Do you want to resist that, sheep? That you could, right? You could try to intercept their messages and.
No, let them try. Cormier gets here, then he'll bash Cormier on the head. That's fine.
No, they forgot their dragons here. Stop it.
All right. You know what?
Yeah, exactly. They need to be reminded.
I knew this was coming.
Cormier thinks this is a great idea. Cormier wants more here. Now some dwarves are coming from the south here to say, Cormier, please help us, protect us, and civilize this land. That is exactly what King
This exactly ties in. Cormier was like, we will help anyone if so long as you give us subservience.
It's almost, things are working out, man. Look at that. Yes, it is time for Cormier to go do that thing. So
should tell Sembia.
Someone.
Someone.
First thing for them to do is policing. Beginning to police this road here will, try to interfere with anyone trying to do anything there. So, let's see. Currently at half strength. Okay.
Double 8s.
As patrols will begin to go between Proskure and Elversalt on the roads. It's the beginning of talks, right? Nothing is official yet, but the vassal status that Proskure has is it's an availability. Erebor, are they happy with this? Yeah, whatever. They don't care. It doesn't threaten them. It's not like Cormier's going to invade. That's not how Cormier works. So it'll be kind of annoying if Cormier controls Elversalt because trade prices will be lessened. But they can see this whole dragon thing not working out for them. So they're not happy about it, but they're not gonna stop it anyway. The Harpers see this and are excited. I mean, Yeah. So that is going on. They're very happy for that. Thunderhome, of course, will consider itself a friend of Eldersalt and of the Protectorate of. Hopefully this will make. Yeah, this is good. The Fire Knives, the other Chimerian influence in the region. It's power sticking its tendrils wherever it can. They really want to have influence here, but nobody wants them around. It makes it very difficult. Luckily now there are much fewer people here, but they're symbians, they're undead monsters, or people who hate them specifically. Which means that they have no one to work with whatsoever. They need wealth or something to actually change things, and right now they don't have that. Cormier gave them some resources, but I guess they'll attack the Captain's Council. I mean, they're using Cormerian funds to do it, so you know. Boy.
Cormerian funds.
Well, let's try that one more time, maybe.
Okay.
All right, that's good. Captain Council obviously going to defend themselves. Not going to take this line down. Failing, but you know, that guy was a jerk anyway.
Shave down some members of the council.
Yeah.
They'll immediately be replaced by some other dude.
The Fire Knights begin to not believe in this fight anymore. They had friends. They're gone now. They've left, disobeyed, abandoned them, jumped ship. Things were great. They had this city guy.
Asmodeus were their fucking buddy.
Sure, they had the city guard. They were consolidated.
Yeah.
And then everyone just joined together to get them out of here. All right. Well,
So unfair.
What are you gonna do? In the south, Nathlan here. It's trying to do a thing. It's not really working out for them. It's going pretty slow. But they still have to do some mustering of military. At least they're good at that. Military. Let's see. They do okay there. Great. All right. I mean, they're just trying to rebuild some semblance of existence in the Cold of the Banyan.
I love how the entire nation's resources are spent on this because that fucking cat lord.
Yeah, it's what he wants, right? Some of the great houses are not interested in that. You met like a monk sent there from one of them, but they're very insular. They don't really. I mean, and who would they go to? Like, this whole place is inhospitable these days.
It's true.
So there's inner politics and whatnot, but it's not like. What are you gonna do? When Catlord says he wants more Wemix, then you let him happen. Just increase that a little bit. Okay. Excellent. Soon there shall be a new Call of the Banyan that is barely in existence. But so be it. You don't have the resources that a greater nation does. Well, they're tough in their own way, certainly. Good at what they do. Which is stay by themselves alone. And again, there's these red wizards. They've worked with people like that before. They don't like them because they're evil, but they're tolerated. Good. Excellent. We managed to just put these guys down here. We're in this town. Have them there. They can't fix the poisoned land. I think at this point that's... The ones who tried have failed enough that at this point that's just a lost bit of territory.
A no man's land between like the...
You just can't, like...
I like that. It's a nice boundary.
Unlivable. You'd have to cross it to do anything there. Merchants, there's like a couple of stands here from people now selling stuff for merchants crossing.
I've created business opportunities.
Yeah. They did that. That's their immediate goal. They're not really involved. They have influence in the Gulfmere, but they're not really directly using it for anything at the moment. They like that the Cult of the Banyan is strong, and as long as that remains a thing, that's sort of what they're doing. They have their own stuff inside to deal with. The Cult of the Dragon have two ways they can go with this. On one hand, undead dragons are the best dragons. On the other hand, imagine a Westgate ruled by the Cult of the Dragon. That would be a thing. That would be a real thing. First thing they got to do, though, is try to see if they can find some territory somewhere. Anyone have some that they could have? Not that they really know of. Do they have any friends here? No. Not really that they know of. You might ask why they're here, but they're here because they hope that someone will be weak. Basically, what they're going to do is just wait until someone's weak. And then probably just dogpile, which it seems what everyone's doing right now. Because the Order of the Basilisk look at this situation, look at their current funding, and they are not winning this. I think they too might just look at this and go, no. You know what? No. Everyone's taking our money. They don't like it. They're going to go over here, and they're out of this fight. No more.
Hey, Harry, the Captain's Council might win this, huh?
Yeah, I know. Hey.
The Harpers.
Oh, actually, Malachi, because I forgot to do the bit earlier.
Intervene, please.
Well, it's not so much intervention as doing a project that's disconnected from everything else.
Sure.
How would Veliknev go about working the gunpowder he used to escape into some sort of asset?
All right. Normally, to get an asset, you have to take something from someone equivalent of a point, basically, or integrate someone, or have some way to do it. The problem with the smoke powder is it's rare. No one really knows how to make it. Now, you have some people who know a little bit about how to make it. They are orcs. Who knows where their tribe got it from? Maybe they captured someone. There was a thing at some point. It's a thing they passed down from their shaman to shaman, so to speak. Mostly they use it to make crude bombs or make acid blow up or something like that. It's not that fancy. Probably you would think they got it from Nathlan influences. Nathlan has a lot of alchemy knowledge and such. Hence why the Red Wizards are there, probably. A place you can get stuff, though, is in Westgate. If you wanted an asset, you would have to secure a way to get the stuff continuously, right?
Okay.
And you would have to select in what way you would train your people to use it, which would be the target of the asset. What would be the purpose of it? What would it give you bonuses to?
I understand. Alright, I'll worry about that later then. I don't want to get involved in Westgate right now. I will not get involved in Westgate.
I was stirring the pot before this session. Here we go.
Getting involved. I mean, a lot of people are very happy that they did.
If you just take the lizard folk all the way to a distant raid on Westgate, there's so many people there.
It's true.
Unified thread of some lizard folk.
Hey, we went through 2 stats last time. Just saying.
Right. Where's Veliknev support over Cicatrix? And Missouri Leaderveer support over Cicatrix?
I mean, Veliknev supported the Cicatrix by getting Emmy involved. That was his contribution.
I don't think that gets to count. A dragon's... that sounds manipulative and complicated.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not Veliknev at all.
He's changed. Though the Cicatrix wish he has changed a little more if she knows that he is gonna provoke Cormier. It's here we fucking go again.
Not provoking Cormier at all. No. The attack on Tazir is totally gonna be cancel out anything he does to Cormier.
I mean, let's be honest. He might not go himself, in which case people might think it's assorted lizard folk.
That's true. Fuck
But,
this.
yeah. All right. But you can certainly do it. Probably you would mean having some connection or presence in Westgate that allows you to have. You already have Citizen there, who is sort of maybe getting him a body, and then he could be a representative there that could funnel some. There could be something there you could work with.
Yeah, but that's a whole topic I'm unable to tackle right now.
Beyond that, consider what you would have the asset give you bonuses to. Right, like it as an asset. It's very much malignancy to have like explosions. Whenever you gather information by blowing things up.
Like mine house for unconventional warfare, like an act of that.
That could be, yeah. Unconventional warfare could certainly.
No one expects the smoke powder.
It's true. People don't. I mean, basically, they would think it's magic for the most part. All right, the Harpers see that their work has sort of been done here. The Red Banner Host has been peaceful right now. They haven't attacked people. Cormier has extended some of their reach, so has Elversol and Thunderhome. That leaves one wall. Erebor has and the city-states make a second one. They've been a bit restless recently with what they should do. Yeah, you see where this is going?
So they're coming back to join the fucking Fire Knights in Westgate.
And that has been handled. Some stuff is in Tassir. There's nothing really bad going on there. The biggest problem right now is indeed Westgate. And
they didn't like being on the same team as the Cold of Asmodeus, but we took care of that problem for them.
Yeah. Beyond that, what if the Fire Knives didn't rule, but the Harpers did? A den of virtue, good. That will be something. They don't know exactly what's going to happen here. Their turn is just spent basically moving over, right? They have a lot of influence. They can speak shit. They don't think people are going to need help with the Red Banner Host anymore. It's weaker now. The other factions around it might be able to corral it or handle it or something, which is a problem the Red Banner Host has, certainly. They're not entirely happy with this. But hey, if Sempia had acted earlier, and maybe they had too, then things might be different. All right, then we have the Call of the Banyan. They can have a turn now. And they are simply going to hang around because they know that if anything touches them, they will die. So
I think it's important to have a little segue here where one of the merchant caravans, like traveling back down to the road, is handed the well-cleaned and polished skull of ancient Enigma, the Sphinx, to deliver to... They'll figure it out when they get near Nafland. Pass it along, the message. It's basically like a warning that if Wimicks come back up here, they're being sent back down there, dead.
Up here being basically the land between the two rivers, right?
Yeah, the land between the two rivers. Like the Cold of Banyan came up here, they got in my shit, and they got put down. If that happens again, there will be more than just that little space of land that's poisoned.
Worst thing is probably they'll thank her for returning the bones.
So great.
as they will bury them.
That's so good. Now you know my message is condoned with the utmost sincerity, for I have delivered unto you the sacred book.
Yeah. Yeah, at the moment they're just going to hang out here. Yeah, I mean, it didn't go well when they were up there. It's bad up there. But if they can sway the Emerald Enclave to begin some pushback on that note, if they can make the Nubanian followers be the primary group there, then they might have that would make another strong sort of, yeah, that might be another goal that they can take on eventually. All right, Eastings is happy to just support Erebor. The Seeker, someone took his tower. He's not okay with that. Yeah, no, that is simply not okay. Does anyone want to just for now help him eradicate and throw these damn fire knives out of this city for good? To which he'll get a lot of, if you do the heavy lifting, I guess. Fine. That's how it has to be. We'll begin to muster up a bit. Actually doing things is not his strong suit. Gonna do. All right, time to go and just do an attack to murder the Fine Knives. Just gonna go and have some sweet revenge. That looks like a double 10. Fine Knives will defend them some. No, it's not worth it. Take the blow. Some of their people are killed. Maybe they deserve it. Is he gonna stop there? He's not gonna stop there. He wants to see them beaten and, well, how motivated is he really, I guess?
A tower is but a transient thing compared to the glories of Vecna.
Let's draw a little bit of money. No. Let's just punch him again. 1-1. Fine, I was defend against that, definitely. Stop it. Well, if nothing else, he proved a point, right? That's not as glory as he had hoped, but some of them fell, and the Fine Knives do hear about the Harpers and think maybe their time is nigh, maybe this is a chance, maybe they need to hold on just for a little bit longer. Seeker, not a fan of them though. Yeah, he wants to. I'm actually going to put them over here just so he can be looking at them. They messed with his tower, and he's not okay with it. The Captain's Council. What a funny thing to be on top of the world. They're threats. The Night Masks and the Rippers are a threat. The Marked are here as well. But the Marked, I mean, who knows?
Oh, Marked are not a threat.
A threat?
Yeah, we're not a threat.
Yeah. Well, you're not their ally either at the moment.
No, it's true.
So, I think they will simply begin to shore up their defenses.
Yeah.
Put some of that money to good use.
Let's hire
Shore up. Yeah.
some. They have money right now. Sadly, that is not working out.
You know what? It's hard to come by mercenaries right now.
Someone took all their money, and it was one of the other captains who ran away with it, probably.
It's like,
away with
this
Yes, I will be responsible for recruiting.
I'm taking it to Pirate Island. Oh.
Yeah.
Repair their houses.
Oh my god.
They know that they need to try to somehow
Weather the storm, one might say.
Yeah, they need to be alive to take over the
to get the city guard on their side. Yeah.
Once they have them bribed and within their control, then they're going to feel a bit better. All right, I think that's the shuffling they can do. Basically, recruiting, drawing in favors, and calling ships back home and whatnot. Trying to stabilize and just hang on. Sembia. Do they have anyone working for them in this city right now? They don't. They have Tazir. They like having Tazir. They would like having Westgate. They worked with someone back then to make that happen. Marked. How much could you be convinced to win Westgate for Sembia? Because their current people had left. The whole faction ran away.
Yeah. No.
But they would have both cities. And then Comia couldn't really threaten them there, right?
You know, the Marked are more like, loose
Mercenaries,
contractors.
they could be
We reserve
paid for.
the right to decline business when we are otherwise engaged in activities. You understand? We also have to grow our own organization, and that takes some work sometimes. So sadly, right now we're,
the
All
only
booked up.
alternative they have would be to hire the Zhentarim. And
Would a Zhentarim-controlled Westgate really result in a symbiote-controlled Westgate?
Really, guys? They're like a big baby. They're like, if I can't have it now, I can.
I mean, they just want it to be.
The Cult of the Dragon might be a better choice than
Boy. They don't particularly like the Captain's Council because they also pirate them.
Mhm.
And they're not gonna stop. Ever.
Never.
So,
The funny
but
thing is
then
that
again,
so did the
it
Mark.
could be worse, right? It could be worse. So why don't they just begin paying some people money to do things? That's what Sevilla does. So there's also the talk with the Red Banner host. I mean, Sembia would just want them to continue attacking Cormier. Question is whether the Red Banner host is going to accept that. I guess we'll see. Apparently, they are kind of suddenly out of. They were in a great spot until they kicked everyone in the nose, and now they're not. But
I'm glad that wrecking ball isn't so wrecking anymore. Phew! Good work, Thunderhome and Area Boy.
Yeah.
Slowly reducing the sizes of the.
There was an alternate story where that juggernaut just kept rolling and
Took over Elvisol, took over Yabor, Snowball. Yeah.
a nation of centaurs and hobgoblins, and even Am's like, what?
Well, remember, the Red Banner host ultimately serves the Ice and Darkness Court of the Fae.
True.
So we could bring those guys back, which would be what everyone wants.
I think I leave the campaign then. Yeah, I think I've told every story I want to tell with them.
But Sembia needs to pay people to do things. Otherwise, they're losing to Cormier, who is doing things.
Hey, Sembia, do you want to pay me to attack Elversild instead of Tizir?
Yes.
How about that?
Wait, you're going to attack Tizir?
No, I mean, I would never.
That would not be okay. Okay?
I could be encouraged to look more.
That allows them to throw their dice around here. Yeah. And you know what? They will do you one better. This whole Elversalt being a safe haven for Cormier, it's a problem, okay? I think, you know what, we'll have a person actually come talk to it, because Sembia is pretty involved now. They have people here. It's not that far of a trip.
Yeah. You remember when it was so difficult for Valignif to get anyone there to Sembia, and now he's made enough of a notice that the Red Dragon's back.
It's also that they have Tizir. They have, they can be here.
That's right.
Having a port city here in Dragon Coast is a major deal for one of these powers. Yeah. As I'll be a person says, we've heard that Elvis sort of sought safety from the hordes of monsters that terrible accident we use, unfortunate events. But imagine if it seems now that we have a problem of Cormier invading this region that should remain independent and free. It would almost be better if there just was no Elversalt. He'll say wistfully, and then look towards whoever Relignith has talking for him. Does he talk himself? I guess maybe.
It's probably himself, just to intimidate this guy.
Yeah. Oh man. The thing is, these guys are from Sembia, and this guy has never been afraid in his life because he's always been surrounded by incredible amounts of money, and feels probably somewhat immune, even talking to a dragon. Though, probably to the point where Relignith can sneer at him, and he might be like, Jello Jin sort of wiggling slightly back in his chair because he is. Like, you're a dragon. There's a natural aura of fear.
I was gonna say also, like, normally being in possession of a lot of money near a dragon is not, like...
His fingers writhing with the diamond rings. And
this is not great.
Well, he does know the rule of the dragon thing, right?
Of course, he'll leave a ring for the Lady of Greed.
I mean, not just
But-
a ring, but
But
everything he brought onto the dragon, right?
we hear that the host that is there is ready to storm the city. And just imagine if it was done by multiple forces, there would be nothing left of it.
How?
Just imagine what that would say about Comerian defense of the region.
It's true. It would send a good message.
Of course, it would be better if Sembia was in control of Ilversalt, but it's really too far inland and too much of a bother. They're not going to defend it anyway. And at this point, if it was just a hole in the ground, maybe that would be better.
That can be arranged.
Because what they would offer is to try to make the Red Banner host go for that. Ally with Vilignith and try to burn Elversalt to the ground.
Sure, as long as Vilignov gets all the spoils from the city.
Yes, I don't think there's much left.
Well, the few scraps that are left, just for the principle of it, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, he doesn't care. He's not going to get any of it. I'm sure you and the host can figure that out. We're simply going to ask them to attack when someone else does. What you do from there would be up to your mighty self, of course.
Surely you can convince the host to attack first.
We'll see. They have suffered might.
Right. We'll see then.
And that's what Sembia will try to do. They'll try to influence their banner host that should they see their chance to smash into Elves. Well, I don't think it'll be super hard because what else are they gonna do? Live on this plain between these cities as enemy forces encroach? They're certainly not welcome here.
Yeah,
If they can get through Elversalt, at least they can get like out to this sort of area, right? Which is
that's true.
more.
They did allow you to have the glorious city, yes, so now you must destroy it punitively.
Show them what happens when they cross the Fae in. Something
No,
like
whatever it is, yes. Have some money.
have some money. Have some. Go a bit of money for you. You know what, Vilignith? If you're gonna commit to this, have some money too. Why don't you?
Sure, I'll take money.
Have a +1 temporary money.
Actually, can I redirect the +1 to the spy on track? No,
Sure,
that's not appropriate.
I should say, damn, Malignant.
No, like
What
I'm
the
not.
Spyhorn tribe would like out of this is if they can manage to get a permanent increase to treasure, you will have won a lot of respect for them.
I mean, does Elversalt have more treasure than the Spion tribe?
Yes.
Good.
Pretty much anyone has more treasure than the Spyhorn.
Yeah, that was my hope.
They have some bones and like sharp flint, but in terms of weapons and armor and such, it's they're very ill-equipped for a civilized force. All right, you know what, Zhentarim, why don't you also take some people in Westgate?
Yes, keep the fire knives in check. Yes, yes.
Go slap the fire knives around, they say. And the Zhentarim will say, it's money. It's work. So, maybe not.
They rolled the double ones again.
Well, I might just try to. No.
Fire knives looking weak there.
Yeah, they looked at Cormier, who will say, well, we do want you to stay there, so Cormier will try to intercede here, send them some more. Try to pay off some of their problems here. No. Well, alright. Cormier tried. With half strength, they can't really infinitely supply that. Well, so be it. Sembia got what they wanted. Good. Yeah. They're happy with that action. For now, if they can break Elvasalt, then at least they keep Chimerian influence away. And that's as good as that will have to be. It's not ideal, but it's been worse. Purple masks. Just lick their wounds. And boy, do they have wounds.
Someone tried to eat them.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, they're just gonna. Oh no.
With all of the other like refugees from Westgate.
Yeah. Just people coming in. Tasir is here to do what they do. They will offer a coin to the mark, maybe. Let's see if they can make that happen. Yeah, take a +1 temporary money there. They will
Thank you.
following a bit of support, because you know some people there.
I do.
Beyond that, basically, they're just existing right now to defend themselves and let Sembia reach out across the world. So that's something that they're doing. If Sembia should get seriously involved in the conflict, they'll get involved too. But beyond that, the city's just... They have had a lot of turmoil already. Things have been wild there for a while. Westgate City Guard have no current things they're doing. They're just sitting on their butts, letting people kill each other. Why would they get involved? And no one's actually bribing them to. Then we have the Red Wizards of Thay. What little expedition they have here. We'll try to continue their work. Now they have to do a 5 difficulty check. Well, who knows? Nope. Try to increase it, and then they can try it. Well, what are you gonna do? No progress this year. Beyond what they already have. Pretty good progress. All things considered. The Nightmax. Now, this is interesting. They have something they would like. Some people are weakened in the city, but...
The Fire Knives are super weak, and they're the ones who kicked the Night Masks out originally.
It's true. It's true, they are. Yeah. The Night Masks, more than anything, need to grow. They smell blood in the water.
I mean, that's like probably
They will-
literally a thing.
Yes, they will try to draw in some money from connections. The last thing they have, they fail. That's fun. Try again and fail again. So no additional funding. Well, let's just try to attack for territory instead. There's no. Well,
I remember when they kicked my shit. Where the hell is that Night Masks?
yeah. Let's try again. Okay, I guess that works.
Technically a success.
Yeah, as they will storm the Fire Knives hideout and kick them out of it and take it from them. And I guess that's all they gotta do. That was their brave turn. The river's still watching over them, happy to let them grow a bit. Might be time for them to just get rid of the Night Masks, though. But they don't want the Captain's Council to get the City Guard, because that could end this whole thing. So, seems
Yeah,
like
what a
they have
shame
to,
that would be.
Yeah, it would end with them not on top.
The Rippers were at the council, that meeting, and they're like, yeah, independent Westgate. How dare they not want an independent Westgate? Wink.
I would like to be on top.
Yeah.
Then again, gaining things is the most... Can it gain anything from anyone right now? Not easily, actually. They're pretty well off. If they want to gain something, there's one target that could be... that could be gained from. That's the Zhentarim. No, I think for now they will actually just stay here. They don't want to risk the night masks.
Ally with Gethra.
They could, yeah, and try to make this into a would that
Right.
be better?
If everyone
Powerful mind flayer and beholder city.
Hmm.
The Temple of Ogma will attempt to learn things about what happens with the spell plague. That's something they can actually begin rolling for, so they will begin doing that. Being informed, but with a difficulty. Let's see if they can do it. Use their asset. No. No, that is not progress. It's not progress. They'll push themselves a bit. Yes, that's pretty good progress. All right. We'll try to seek if they can find something. Sure. Well, let's share that with you because that's what they would do really. The first step to this goal they have is how do you fix plague lands? Because this is what's called plague lands, which means that if you spend a long time within the city, you will begin to become spell scarred and twisted and plague rot. There exists a ritual which could help do such a thing, but it would require powerful divine or druidic magic. That certainly is beyond their expertise. It might be possible for them to find a ritual scroll in such a fashion that could be utilized for such a thing. It would be lengthy and it would be difficult, but it can exist.
Okay.
They will now begin working on the specific. Oh, they should have other things. They will begin working on the specific things, such as what are plague rot creatures weak to? How exactly do you deal with the weird humming and miasmas and going insane sort of things? Beyond that, I should do that too. There is also it is said a way that a spell scarred creature could be cured, though not a plague rot creature.
Okay.
These things exist. They will have found out, and that is leads that they can pursue.
Awesome.
Yeah, they're doing their thing. Beyond that, of course, they're gathering books and such, but it's not like they have to roll for that. Erebor. This Rebena house needs to be dealt with. That's how that's going to have to be. Let's go kick them out of this place. First, a preemptive attack. Simply attack to kill as many as possible.
Oof.
Well, these guys. Let me just check current asset status. All right, they are Centaurs. So they will try to hinder attack. Which they do. Taking. Erebor sees that and thinks, well, okay, maybe it's better if we actually just defend when they attack. And that's what they'll commit to doing. They'll try to defend if they attack. The Spirehorn tribe, it's their turn. They will look to the Dragonfane. That was an idea. They'll basically say, we're ready to go raiding. Actually, you know what? We'll muster. We'll muster and gain a few more people to come help.
Great. Dragonfane.
Great migration.
Bit of a change of plans. Tizia is close, but Elvasil to the what is that? West is a much juicier target.
All right. I mean, if they come home with riches, then
Yeah.
They will send a couple of behemoths with a pile of lizardfolk riding it and walking with it too.
But before that, the Dragonfane, with Valigneth involved again for a change, will have to get its fortress rolling. That old spiel. I even remember that it is in fact territory plus sovereignty.
Yeah.
+2, and willingness being involved is a total of 8 dice. What the hell?
Woo,
Or just like the dwarves like look at like what happens like whoa.
You know, willingness bit out of practice, perhaps.
Like they just like throw that back into the furnace.
But the gunpowder, we were.
There's smoke powder.
Let's try that
Gunpowder.
again. That was 2, 4, 6, 8, so 7 dice. That's better.
Right. There you go.
Like, this is a bad omen. I love the idea of sovereignty being increased by that.
Yeah, it's like, but will decrease territory.
We should not raid in our season.
I mean, it's also rare that they have actually been sent to fight themselves these days. Mostly of them give other people weapons. Wait,
Oh, yeah.
we have to use them? All
But
right.
now it's time to get back into the swing of things. And yeah, attack. I almost said attack Cormier. No, attack Elf Assault.
Yeah. All right.
I guess the Dragon Fang goes first then, or how does this work?
Sure.
Sure, yes. That is might plus treasury plus Bricknef.
Firehorn could try, but I can tell you they'd probably lose.
No, you don't worry. That will be 8 dice then. That's a lot of 2s.
What specifically are you attacking with your attack?
Treasury.
Okay.
They're raiding.
With that to
Yeah.
loot.
All right, they won't defend against that because you get there before they could even try to stop you. So you rush in and can basically you're going yourself, right?
Yeah.
So the dragon flies in, crashes in, begins to rip and tear at the poor town. This is much earlier than anyone thought it would happen. And you just get to take some of their stuff and go home. You can have +1 temporary treasure, which would pay for your attack essentially.
Right. I'm just not gonna change anything. And then we'll do it again until it's damaged enough for the Scion tribe to take stuff from.
Mm-hmm.
That's another 7 then. 7. 8.
You rolled 8, yeah.
8. 6, 6, 5, 5.
Right. I think you will have to meet a Cormyrian patrol on that note. They will try to resist you.
But they fail.
They fail. You should kill the Cormyrian patrol and steal more money to pay for your own upkeep.
Wonderful.
So it doesn't cost you anything.
And then we go again.
Actually, the Spire 1 tribe will go now.
Okay, sure.
That's
Go
what
ahead.
you want. As they will attack with all of their power. Aha!
Not bad.
The city also will try to defend itself and fail. Having not just their money stolen, but also other things. Do it. This is enough to increase the Spirehorn type money from basically nothing. So that's good for them.
Woo! Permanent damage.
Permanent damage. Yeah. Do you want to keep going?
I mean, I don't want to take all the work away from the Red Banner host.
Yeah, you know what? Then maybe it's their turn, and they'll do it.
Yeah, I do intend to keep going, but I want to see what they are doing.
Iriabor will intercept and try to stop them for a failure because they're not fast enough. They get there simply too slowly, as Elisol is punched in the money right again. So there's nothing really for the Banner host to take. They will burn the fields. I mean, sure. All right. Yeah. Do they want to really do anything here? I mean, they were paid, so let's just do another one. attack, this time for killing population. People. Soldiers, I guess. Reavor sees that, is frustrated with their own lack of ability, but will try to defend.
Oh.
Failing once more. They're living up to the alliance, it's just that they are being unlucky. Unable to be there. Well enough that the host can't do it. Alright, host will nimbly slip past in here. It's a good place for them to live. There's a trade road right here.
So what does it take for faction to die?
You have to reduce 2 of their stats permanently to 0, one of which must be territory or sovereignty.
Okay. I assume Elvisol's territory is the lowest?
Their sovereignty is also low. Because they're a city-state, I would almost insist that you had to do territory as one of them, because
Okay.
you essentially need to just nuke
Destroy the land.
and then
Salt
make
the
it
earth.
salt the earth, basically. Right.
Then Velignov will do another attack with that as the goal. Although he will make it very clear that he's only doing this because he has to defend his lands from Cormier influence. So if they hadn't tried
taking
to...
over the land.
Sorry, what?
You could try to take over the land if you want.
I don't want this.
All right, you just burn it. Sure.
That's too complicated.
But if you have it, that means Cormier can't do anything about it.
I mean, if it's not there, then nobody can do anything about it.
Huh?
So attack against a territory. 8, 4.
So many dice. All right. Cormier can't let that happen. Just monstrous. They'll try to stop you. And fail. They don't have Tizir, which means that also takes a hit right in the territory. You have to do that a couple more times if you.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
All right.
But now I have to spend my own money here. So that will be 7 dice. 8, 1. Okay.
Can anyone stop you?
Anyone dare stop me?
Oh, we'll try for that one. Gotta do one more.
6 dice.
There's still land that could be rebuilt. Essentially, is what that means.
4.
All right, area boar here will try to step in. They don't like they just don't want this. I'll tell you, like the dwarves right now are looking up, and we're all keenly aware who isn't choosing to engage right at this moment.
It's a good move. I respect that move by the dwarves. It's
Because
very
right
smart.
now they want to be friends with Elvisol, but like
You can't be a friend with someone who no longer exists.
yeah. Yeah, they would have loved to defend against the Red Banner host, maybe, but against the Red Dragon, that just seems so confrontational.
They would rather fight the Red Dragon in their defenses,
In
not
their own houses, yes.
yeah, not in the plains.
Have all their bonuses. All right. Yeah, that has one thing to mean. That is that because their treasury, almost their might and their territory is reduced to 0, and their sovereignty is also abysmal, given current events. This city will have actually been, and probably that means that whoever doesn't get smashed and destroyed will go to Cormier, given their current situation.
Flee along the policed roads.
Yeah. As I mean, there's an overlook, right? The Red Banner host moved through the city and out the other side. The dragon and the lizard folk stayed. The lizard folk, I guess, raided and then began going home. And then the dragon sort of just flew down over the city again and again and again. And Cormirians came, and the next week some other came, and they tried to stop it. They shot ballistae at it, and crossbows and whatnot. But that just you'd almost say Cormier should get more than the maximum, but I can't actually assign more than 2 points to one action. So I think this is an egregious act to Cormier.
Absolutely.
Assignment 2 acts. It's not in their territory, I guess, but they are
True.
absolutely abhorred by it.
They weren't even officially allied yet.
Yeah.
Oh, as
This year, from 1x to 5x's with Cormir, courtesy of your friend Valicnian.
About this, they'll begin once again to install or repair the dragon defenses around their own border.
Remember just a few sessions ago when the Cult of the Dragon
Try to sail into.
I mean, they were just so incompetent. It's hilarious.
they raided Mars Emperor or attempted to and just utterly failed at an
totally
expedition.
bad. Yeah.
Down.
If they had gotten 310s, imagine that. Come home with a crown or something, put it on the
Oh.
dragon train. Now it can never leave.
Oh my god.
Oh, that'd be a whole thing. Cormir would
Well,
have
that'd
been
be amazing.
pretty angry. At
Yeah, that would have been some shit if they delivered treasure to the Fane and then well, it can't go anywhere now.
No, Elversalt has been the battleground, so to speak, has been stomped and punched and broken to the point where the city is a wall now with burnt houses and such inside. Sure, maybe some people still live there, but it's not in any way something you would call a city or a city-state. People live all over the place, but they don't have a unity. They don't have any cohesion. They can't act as a unified anything. As it lies broken and ruined. But host, over here, just sort of hang out. No, here, that's fine. Then to weather. Beyond that, this Spirehorn time come home with more money than they left with. This was great. This went well. And this dragon has proved that, yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Good. This was good.
Yes.
Isolation of mankind is good for them. They, it's food. They can grow in number. Yeah. So we now have 3 ruined cities over here. Elversalt can join the others.
That's the best, right? Like, but Lignus is the destroyer of cities, truly.
It's true.
He's not destroyed
2.
that many cities. 2, yeah.
Yeah. How many have the campaign destroyed so far?
2.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
It's just
Somewhere, Tolex has a heart attack.
Like a Thunderhome emissary heads out near the end of the year and just returns bearing more grave news to the elders. The city of
It was a
Elversalt is
good
gone.
thing we built the road, as we did. There is no more Elversalt. Erebor, though, definitely freaked out by this. They tried with their military might to stop what happened here. And they failed. They looked up Priapearl and Easting, and they begin to realize that if this dragon wanted to burn those cities down, maybe not Erebor itself, but could they really offer them the security that they have made a deal to do? They're not so sure. Then again, Cormir didn't either.
No, Cormir
No
also
one
failed.
did. They all came, all with their expeditionary forces and good intentions, and they found only ruin.
Yeah.
As Sembian merchants grind their hands together, yes, at a small humanitarian cost, Cormir's interests were diverted. Shame, shame.
So bad.
Oh yes.
So good.
And the important part is that they're doing it all to keep profits going. It's all about who gets to be the trade port on the Sea of Falling. That's what all of this politics really is about. That's their interest.
Ah, they're
All monetary.
great.
And self-serving, because they know that, of course, if Cormir
Absolute psychopath.
controlled this whole area, of course, they would be the next on the menu. The more messy this place is, the better. What a thing! Certainly, stories of the dragon attack will happen. Do the other dragons like this? Does Imuzuri when she's informed that Elversalt has been burned in dragon fire?
It's the one hand, Cormyr. On the other hand, the ruin of civilization north of her, which is what she wanted when she stirred some shit in Tazir.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's, you know what? By the same token of how Valignus, like, I help we're cicatrix to Misery Allegiance here, she's like, I caused this because I saved Valignus. This is my doing.
Mhm.
It's like, yes, this was a good thing that I did. Goodbye, civilization.
Good.
I think the cicatrix just like what did she expect? It's like, oh yeah, it's true. Oh yeah, the Valignus is back. Like she's busy. Like
Like-
in the distant part of her mind, she knows that the Valignus is back, and that's good. She's a little busy right now, but it's good to have another ally here, I suppose. And he was being fed sticks, and that was not alright. But like she's like, she hears about a burnt down, desolate area, and she's like, oh yeah. That was how it was when Valignus was here.
If there was ever any doubt that Missouri was like lying to her cicatrix, there you go, confirmation.
It's like, yeah, all right, well,
Red dragon, huh?
yeah.
What are the odds?
Then she thinks of Hesafe, and she snickers.
You know
a
what,
little bit.
I'm going to give you a draconic essence because I think asking, and I thought about this actually earlier, but then forgot. Now I remember it again. Asking, I want to know how good these lizard folk behemoths, these Spirehorn behemoths, are at fighting. Let's go burn down a city state. I think that's a pretty good only in destruction is the trooper
It's true.
invocation.
I'll take it.
You know. Yeah, they're impressed. He did something they couldn't have done by themselves, and now they're wealthy for it. They have like some like iron spears and pots and stuff. Yeah. They're decently well equipped now. They don't lack things overly much.
Welcome back, Validic.
The Red Mana hosts. What do we want to do? I think they're looking for opportunities, and if nothing else, there might be some here later. Right now, they need to not be around Irifor. They've been paid by Sembia. It's a serious Sembian. Slowly, they're inching towards Westgate. They're a small, well, they're actually kind of a big fish still, but yeah, who knows how this could go.
Like the cicatrix would not like that, but me as a player is like, oh, that would be just
The
absolutely
Zhentarim like
horrendous
look
and
up
great.
like their intro like warfare is another big faction in the
Oh, I
West.
just want to be a dragon in the background, like clacking my claws and looking at these viewless beings throwing themselves at
The Red
each
Banner
other.
boulder has been stopped in its like building up, but it's still significantly rolling around, being troublesome for people. As the three factions taking refuge in Tazir looks over and thinks, "Oh no,
Not again.
this thing has caused devastation as long as it's been. No one has really won anything by them." All right, then we have the Sleepers Council. Well, they know what they're here to do. They are here to attack the Zhentarim. So let's call in what they're good at, which is favors. They need money. When they want money, when Getra wants money, he gets money. I'm not going to say no to him. Let's try to raise a bit of more recruits, blind some people, make them join your weird cult. There we go. So it's time to kick this Zhentarim in the nose. So. What to attack and why. They would like a lot of things. First thing they would like is just to hurt this Zhentarim. And to hurt someone in Westgate, you want to take over their house. So that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to go to Zhentarim and try to kick them out of one of the barracks that they've taken from someone else. And have it, because they want that, and they think that they should be able to walk in and take it. I think this Zhentarim, looking at that attack, will just defend. And defend successful. Don't get to take our stuff. Don't accept it.
But I mean, they took his stuff when they raided him.
Did. He really wants to take them over.
Him?
He thinks that would be fantastic. There's a couple factions here who also have not acted.
Yeah, it's true.
Who would attack you?
He's Getra, yeah. No, who would pick a fight? He's shown, if nothing else, that he keeps going.
He will get you. If you get to him.
Do some damage there. Time won't roll defense against that. They have the buffer. They're okay. Because he will have to raise up more strength to keep going. Which he will, of course, try to do. Slap them again. Alright, so be it. And you know what? Let's keep going. Why not? Slap them again. Oh my. It's actually pretty good. Time to try to defend. Nope. Yeah. He will slap them hard enough. Their failed defense that he will take one of their houses away from them. Not only is he going to not stop there, he's going to keep going. They call him a madman. Good reason. Okay, well.
What if you eat Getra's? Harry?
I guess he tried, but
there's so many factions for you to attack, Harry.
Time to raise some more people.
Yeah, I know. I learned from the others last time. Like, I'm just gonna sit and wait. You know what? I'm not busy. Just wait, everyone.
All right, let's get try, I guess. Yeah, that means that everyone has acted in their various ways.
Oh my!
If you have any other actions you want to do, you
Uh,
can. There are some factions that might still do things, but you know, many people have spent their power.
Everyone is on the table for acting now in this free for all.
Yeah. Because everyone who didn't delayed. So.
I wonder whether. God, I really want to punch the Night Masks. I don't think they're weak enough. But
I don't think so, and any attempt at them is going to have the Rippers say no.
And for now, I think they can. I mean, if they want to attack the councils, like they can get to do that.
Yeah, like those are the only two allied factions. You can just like target someone who doesn't have a friend.
I don't know that I can gain anything from the fire knives.
I don't know either. There wasn't any, like, you didn't throw out questions like pertaining to whether they had more of something for you.
Action to be informed. Want to try to find out?
Yeah, sure.
That's your influence plus your sovereignty.
My sovereignty right now is not.
People still not really consolidated.
Well, look, yeah, there's just a lot of sour pirates in the fucking universe.
A lot of people dying, a lot of people being recruited continuously.
Yeah, probably some of them were dying as well. You know, it's really about resource management.
You just need a success, and I'll tell you if there's something you could.
Yeah.
Alternatively, like, you saw how few dice the Zhentarim had, like, and you know they have to have so much more money than you. Like, we know that, like, the Captain's Council, wink, and the Order of the Basilisk definitely has more money than you. But the Zhentarim, like, you already, like, slapped them away, and Getra just, like, whittled down, like, did you see how many dice they rolled for a defense? Like...
Yeah, but what is the likelihood of them then just going for me?
Did you see what happened when Getra specifically targeted them? The Zhentarim didn't even bother to retaliate against him.
That's true.
You just rolled around for everything. Yeah, like, you're gonna do better defending against the Zhentarim if you have money from them.
I mean, I'd rather not fight them, but certainly I'm not gonna fight the Seeker. The Captain Councils, I'm sort of good with them being on top. You know, like that's
Yeah,
good
if
for
no
me.
one, if someone else gets weakened, then no
Yeah.
one attacks the captain's council, and that means they hold the city.
Yeah, man. I feel like you're the snake whispering in my ears.
I did this with sheep as well.
Yes, yes, do it, do it, do it now.
Not so
Yeah.
aggressively, but I'm invested in your faction's growth. You need to
Yeah,
gain something
I
before the
do,
guild
I
war
do.
ends.
You're right. All right, steal. So that's raiding
Yes,
from
you'd
the
be
Zhentarim.
making an attack with the goal to raid.
Uh,
If you
And
can
the-
permanently reduce someone's treasure who is equal or greater than yours, you can increase yours.
Yeah. Well,
The same
I'm guessing
counts for land, and to a lesser degree the other stats. Mostly you'd gain those by conquering. Might is particularly hard to upgrade through conquest, except for peaceful unification. It's not really this is what this is for.
So what is you always use sovereignty when you raise something?
Yes. When you increase another stat, you take a stat and sovereignty, and argue for how you use those to increase. Of course, sovereignty territory, common for treasury, basically you're exhausting your land's resources, or might. Influence
Yeah,
can be
can I
drawn
do-
as well to hire, like to borrow money.
Yeah, I'll do influence and sovereignty because I still have the symbiont asset of getting tricks to die when I raise treasury using it.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I know you give me money, but I started what? I'd like. Come on.
You haven't attacked their people.
Oh, why would I? Oh,
And
yes.
You thought about it. They left the city.
You can also ask for weapons from the Dragon Fane. Didn't make use out of that last session, but
Hunting war certainly been something he's done before.
I mean, if they want to do that, like, we would be, willing to receive such a gift of goodwill.
that's good interaction right there. I like that.
Pull on your influences.
But if not,
Don't know whether sheep is there or not.
It's muted, but
I am muted, it's true. I am here.
okay.
How
Nothing
does
to
the
add.
Dragon Fane feel about giving the marks some weapons so they eat up the Zhentarim?
For you always. Although
Don't say that.
let's see. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I would have 6 dice for that. 3 from Sovereignty Territory, 1 from Vilignov, and 2 Forges.
So thickness is gonna help making weapons?
Absolutely.
I'm so flattered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
And I get some.
Set up a +1 to might.
And maybe I can do something as well. How does Symbia send people money, Manikai?
They basically temporarily increases someone else's money.
All right, so they roll. So I wouldn't use I could use say treasure and sovereignty and deduct treasure to just try to send money to someone else.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, I'll use my treasure and sovereignty.
+1, right? But
Yeah, to attempt to send the mark to somebody. Maybe Zuri Leader's here? Yeah, she's active this year. Still remembers what Vilignov told her. See if I can do that.
I mean, the expedition really went a lot better than.
So 7 dice.
Oh
Yeah,
my
let's see if we can
lord.
do that again. 6 dice. Let's see if we can do
Oh
that
my
again.
God! What
5
the
dice.
fuck,
Yeah.
dude?
So I'll deduct treasure by 2 and sovereignty by 1 as +3 treasure rolls in for the marked.
Oh my God! Holy mother! Okay, well, thank you. Oh, this is just gonna have to.
We got
write
paid well raiding the Cult of Asmodeus, and so things really did go well this year.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you see that double 10, 777, another double.
I know. I was like, maybe we should just get you to come here. Pick them up. I'm like, I'll sit here and clap. Like, yeah, do it. Yeah, I'm allied with them. Hey, look at them. Yeah, right. Me too. I did it, Getra. Those are my people.
Yeah. Rivers of money, and the Were-Reds, which like the Ductus Sovereignty, are like, why didn't we just stay there? Like, we could have taken this shit. Shut up.
All right. Well, I mean, I have a pretty sick die pool now. Then
Yeah.
that would be 10 dice.
So what are you doing with it?
Well, I mean, now we committed, right? Like,
That's right. See it done, damn it. When this shit is over, like, Zhentarim will be beggars before your power. See it done. There will never be a better time than now.
Yeah.
I'll give you a surprise attack before they, of course, would react to what's happening.
See it done, he says.
See it done.
Well,
You want your beholder, bro? See it done.
that means that the signatures might have this.
Do it. These people should behold the greatness of Worsicatrix. Who else could dethrone the Zhentarim?
You know, and it's not like evil drows. Westgate is full of evil drows. It's not,
That's right. Like, and an evil drow doesn't stand out from anyone else, but a dragon is memorable.
A lot of dice. All right. Yeah. If they're going to defend against that, that's too many successes for them to get. You go in there, and you steal some of their money. So that is not going to cost you a treasure because you're stealing from someone who's more than you do.
Great. And if I reduce it by 1, I get that? Is that?
If you permanently reduce it, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it would cost you 1 because currently you have a total of 6 treasure.
That's temporary, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. For now it won't, but I'm not sure that's how it works. But whatever. Yes. You smack him in the face. They lose some money. That's a bit of a wake-up call, I'd say. For them to call a little bit on maybe they should actually get some defenses going. I'll give them a chance here to call upon some of their influence here too. So they get a roll, you get a roll. That seems fair.
Okay. So I can roll again?
Yeah, do it again. Boy. Yeah, no. You slap him in the face.
Yeah, I have so many dice, dude. This is insane. Like,
you want to do it again?
I mean, I'm stealing money. Like, I'm not losing anything.
Trying to. No.
You know?
No.
See,
with a dice pool that big, you too can get numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. They're not great, but some of them are, but it's also just like so many.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. Again?
Yeah.
Okay, I've learned the Zhentarim way, right?
Yeah, just keep doing it until you lose.
Yeah, I'm not being stopped. So.
Sure. Now you want to do it again.
Okay. How much fucking money do they have?
They hadn't spent much. Spent Sembia's money.
Again?
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Oh my god!
10, you will permanently reduce their treasure by 1 and can increase your own by 1. Now that will not be active yet before next year. So currently you would say 3 and then plus
3.
Okay.
3?
Yeah.
Well, this raid would also cost you 1, so it'd be plus 2, right?
Yeah, 3 plus 2. And now at this point, like, you could drive them into the dust with like 0 money, so the Zhentarim could be
them. They might fracture into.
Yeah, like this could be the thing that breaks apart the Zhentarim right here.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Then Getcha would be like, "Shit! Finally, you're my best bro."
I really want. So bad for me, but I don't know. In my mind, as well, I just see Jethro as a big pug or something, and I'm like, he's cute. Like, I want him as my pet.
Damn.
That's all I want.
I'll draw some money. In here.
Well, if you lull your potential pet into a false sense of security.
Call the dragon, see what's going on here, and they're going to try to go and attack Zhentarim to take their other house.
I love that. That's so
Whoa.
beautiful.
Because they
That's
don't
right.
have one, and they
That's
want
right.
one.
That's fair.
Take their house. No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Man.
Yes? Question
Oh.
mark?
That's
Zhentarim probably defend against that one.
But fail.
Oh.
They are.
The
all
Cult of the
things-
Dragon moves into Zhentarim's other house.
Yeah. As they take their house, Zhentarim now has no more bases left to be in. Which means that if another stat is zeroed, they will splinter and break into their component parts. The Civil War will no longer be sustainable. Basically, the Zhentarim will stop being a thing here, and other factions will replace them.
If you can reduce the treasury to 0, where Cicatrix will be the person who saved Westgate from the Zhentarim and brought down to a powerful continent Faerun spanning faction. At least at this part.
Yeah. Well, the ones that are here, yeah.
You know, more importantly, we can maybe absorb some of the other useful people in there.
Maybe there'll be some that are nice to you.
Well, I mean, I don't care about
Currently
being nice.
under this banner of a dragon swallowing the world or something, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, I'm doing it. You
guess
wanted
the
a
move
dragon?
To forcibly integrate
Oh boy.
sovereignty of one.
That's the way to get conquered yourself. All right. I mean, that's a lot of 3s. So you slap their money once more, you can reduce your thing by 1 more.
So you're at 3 plus 1 now. Yeah. Still big dice pool.
Yeah.
And let's still do it to the point where basically what's happening, right? They have been fighting everyone. Their people have been rationing. They have been fighting each other, which is why their stats are as they are. And it's like they have had their own civil war going on for all this time, right? Some weird necromancer mages and the cultists and all sorts of things that they're made of. And they had 2 major strongholds. Now both have been robbed from them, which means that they're out in the street fighting each other. And now that you've basically taken all of their wealth that they had,
I
as a
just mocked
collective,
them.
there's no more money. So anyone who has sort of had a semblance of loyalty for the collective Zhentarim, at this point, it's not really true anymore that there is that they are a faction. As a unit, they're gone. They're no longer cohesion. Because they're a big faction, they will splinter. This means it's something similar to what would happen to the Red Banner host if they were apart. Which means that next time, hopefully, they will be instead a couple of new factions which will inherit part of their adjusted stat line.
Westgate was getting a little too empty.
It makes sense. Like, you broke them apart, but there's still plenty of might there. And
Oh my god, yes, put them down to the other dead people.
They are down here at the edge.
Oh,
Getra's happy.
Yeah.
This is what you wanted.
the beautiful flex with like imported like weapons and money, like silvers and silks.
Yeah.
The mark, like arm and armor up, and just like as the Zhentarim are pushed out of their homes, just sweep through, cutting down like fuck you, cultists.
well, it's very
And a
it's
dragon.
very
Melted
the mark,
dragon.
yeah, like they're pushed out, right? And then the mark are just like out in the streets, just like standing cross-armed and just like murdering, like because that's really what they do. Like that's their stick. They're all murderers.
And everyone in Westgate gets that fucking memo of what just happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The Cicatrix sends eyes to the night masks. Like, wanna.
The Harpers take a deep breath, smell the fresh air of lack of horrible cultists.
No. They think what they have to Vecna people, the Rippers, Kefra, the Cult of the
But
Dragon.
we'll see. We'll see what the Zhentarim turn into. I'll roll some dice and then I'll see.
No, yeah, but
I
I
don't
just
know.
like
Not yet,
there's
but-
even without them, there's a lot of
Oh,
crazy
yeah, there's
cultists
a lot
in
of
this
bad
town.
people
Should I
No,
should I murder the fire knives though?
Keep the ball rolling, right?
I mean, you could. Any of these factions potentially, except for the Rippers and probably the Captain's Council, because they're well fortified. And maybe not the Harpers because they're fucking Harpers. I think most of the factions of the city are on the table for you.
Yeah.
Now is the time that you're still. You got like those weapons. You
I'm
still got a little bit of
buffed.
money.
Yeah.
You're still buffed. Just remember what could happen next year. But the caveat is if they exist next year.
Yeah, what if you just killed everyone?
Like
Death as far as the eye can see.
Like- the
Well-
seeker tried to bargain with you as if you were an eagle. What if he wasn't an eagle? He can't ally with the Red Wizards of Thay
I'll
if
kick him out.
if he lost his tower again.
The
no,
Cult of the Dragon, more
no.
like the Cult of the Black Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Like you're like, oh, you
Talk about it.
they're like, hey, this is my house. And you're like,
I mean, I
your
probably could have, but I don't know that they have anything that I could use.
they would have it. I don't know whether they have more than you.
I have two wins.
So you're sitting pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think, but I do feel like there's no reason for if I can get the fire knives out.
You Rippers and Captain's Council are the strongest factions.
Yeah.
Getra's
Yeah.
pretty good, but
Yeah. Maybe Symbia, like you're like, I'm not gonna like become your vassal, but if you pay me to attack the Fire Knights, much like I tried to attack them last session and then failed, like,
Right.
Symbia might consider that a compromise. Maybe willing to
Symbia-
throw money your way.
is already considering this a compromise because they hope the pirates will try to kill the navy that has been instigating this whole affair.
So are they willing to sponsor some fire knives killing? I mean, the Harpers are here now. It is a chance.
Right now you're doing fine.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, I do also gather influences by
I
sifting
think
them.
Cynthia looks to Westgate and they go, ugh. There's no
I know most people
all the
do.
factions that have been part of their thing has actually fled to Tizir. So maybe money
It's
is not
true.
all you need.
It's true. Every single one.
Maybe money is not all you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe people who just will ally with you only for money. No, I do that all the time. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'll try and kick the fire knives a little bit. Like,
Sure, yeah. What are you
I'm
gonna
still
attack
buffed.
against?
I don't even
Yeah.
know. Can I rate them? Do they have
Sure.
money?
You can rate them.
I mean, if
It
I could
ties in
just
with the Pirate tradition. Yeah, you raise their you take their treasure down to 0, they're like their territory down to 0, I imagine, and ta-da.
wait, it cost me 1 to perfectly reduce
Yeah.
the
Zhentarim.
Zhentarim, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I should do that.
Yeah, the final attack.
Alright, well, we still have a pool of 8 dice with this. And I mean, at this point.
Yeah. The Black Dragon
Yeah,
continues
that's
to sweep through this
not really a secret, I suppose.
Yeah, you know.
It's like, oh no, the Nightmares and the Harpers, no, I guess now,
What
Yeah,
this
yeah.
story is going to be now is, oh no, somehow the Mark recruited the Black Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's been helping them. All of a sudden, they can do all this stuff.
that's true. Yeah, watch out.
Probably
Yeah,
spend
all
it
the-
court doing it.
all the arms and money came in because of the Black Dragon. Yeah, yeah. What
Yeah, that's what
sponsor could the
happened.
Mark possibly
Oh my god.
Well, all right. I guess you slept in the money.
Do I get money? Can I sustain
No,
it?
you have more than they do. So,
Oh.
it's not-
Well, then I might as well attack them for, I don't know.
Well, again, it's their treasure is probably weaker than their
Yeah.
than their might.
right.
So yeah, if they're broke, Cormier isn't possibly taking this city.
Well, the Harpers. But I mean, one faction is better than 2.
Harvest
but-
don't serve Cormier.
Yeah, the Harpers and Cormier are they're good, but
Want to do good things, but in different.
different ways.
I'd be able to defend against that.
I mean, the best harbors are more like anarchists, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to keep attacking their treasure or hide or their territory?
I mean, I'm taking their treasure, I suppose.
They're going to try
I mean,
to increase their
You're gonna have to. I have to like
themselves
reduce it to.
to permanent nothing. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can certainly
I-
try. You have.
I only attacked. I already attacked. I made the roll.
Oh,
Yeah, he made a roll to defend.
sure. I didn't make a roll to defend.
Oh,
I made
okay.
to increase their.
Yeah, the double 4 was her attack.
All right. Well, then you'll just do that damage right back at him.
Oh.
All right. Sure.
Right.
You can keep going if you want.
Yeah, I need to.
Adjust. Yeah.
I don't.
The Rippers
have
look
a-
over.
Huh?
If the Rippers look over.
Oh.
All right. We'll just take that on the chin as well.
Really?
Yep.
You
not
might want
Chat.
You might want to stop there. Let if the Rippers are going
Yeah,
to flex with the
yeah.
Fire Knives, or
I
anyone
think
else.
so. No. I still want, someone else comes through. It's good to have a little bit of.
Absolutely.
The River's big question here is: do they want a chance to dislodge the Captain's Council? How much do they care about that? How deeply do they care about that? The Night Masks care a lot about that. The Rippers right now, I don't think they care so much about that. They want to be part of the winners. Right now, they feel like they are. At least they're not part of the losers at this time. Yeah. No. You done over there?
I am good. I feel
Alright.
like.
All right. Keep a little might left just to.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's always dangerous to
Last
exhaust
time I
yourself.
almost got assassinated. So.
Because I have one thing that I've been thinking, and such an important question. No. I just. Question is, right, to pose it to you. In Thunderhome, they're sweating right now. Elves look obliterated. Completely. Because their only friend. Do they try a preemptive strike on the Dragonfang? To get them out of here? And, get rid of them while they're somewhat weakened by this attack? Or do they not and hope that the future will look better without Elf Assault? Because Erebor tried, Cormier tried, and didn't really work out.
I mean, Wellington only extends so many olive branches. This is getting ridiculous.
By killing all my friends.
So, on the one hand, the dwarves do better at defending. That's mathematically true. They would obviously know that. On the other hand, I don't know how confident they feel after smashing the Red Banner host.
Mm-hmm.
The third hand's they want to wait and hope things get better, but how will circumstances change in a way that reduces the threat of the Dragonfang? It would be.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Cormier themselves would have to show up, and on what shore will they show up?
On the other hand, if you slap the dragon, there's no going back.
Yeah.
No.
Once you do that, then there's no.
Yep.
He's coming for you. He's burning and killing everyone.
On the flip side, what makes them think he isn't coming for them when he said, "We'll talk about my silver mine"?
Yeah, it's true.
I think for the dwarves, him coming for the silver mine is
He's coming for their land, their homes.
the excavation of their.
Take their what's theirs. Sorry for theirs. Yeah, and that's the question, right? And that's why I'm thinking there's arguments for either outcome.
Do you want to roll it?
I don't know if it's up to random chance.
Yeah.
But I think because I'm umming and ahhing, it's more interesting if you guys know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, because on one hand, they're stronger than they have been, right? They took something from the Ripper host. They have some wealth. They have some power. They could throw that weight around. But if they fail, then
there's more story interest and engagement if someone does challenge the Dragon Fane.
there is, right? They act.
Like there's a lot of factions on this board. It takes all session to go through these things. Like,
So you're
Yeah.
saying with less factions we could have
well,
more
I'm saying
focus
that,
on
like,
it?
the idea of like engagement, because Manikai is doing like a lot of role play, like interacting with these factions that don't like really like we don't have any input or like involvement with that stuff. But like if the Dragon Fane's actually challenged by someone, that is like input and connection there.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone's going to challenge them, one who very much has a lore established reason why is the dragon just came back. He can't be that powerful. If we're gonna do this now, like we're just gonna wait for the dragon to get stronger?
He told us that he would gonna come and take our stuff. Literally, like without. He didn't mince words. In the past, he said that when he gets around to killing them, he will.
Valignant's brutal honesty there is like, if we take the dragon at his word, we saw what happened to Elversald. Why wouldn't that happen to Thunderhome?
Mm-hmm.
Also, foreign adventurers.
Oh, Thunderhome survivors. They're already there. Well.
Yeah, it's just
No, I think it's
thinking
something that
ahead.
has to be. Like, it's a power struggle that's been there in the cards, right? And
I mean, as soon as they didn't want to ally with him, that was.
and now that Elversald is gone, there's no chance of them having any. Like, their friends are gone.
Just roleplay a reason why is Thunderhome's like, he's coming, and then like 2 months later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would Valignant expect something like that?
Absolutely. I mean, he really does want to just cooperate with people. Like they just need to accept his worldview, and that's it. But
The dragon
was
too
making
much
it
to
very
ask.
difficult. Yeah.
Dragons will rule over all. Why can't you just accept that?
First thing to do is to gather some mercenaries. I need that.
I mean, they make the
Try to
mistake of
gather
thinking
some
that
money.
it's an equal relationship. You know, it's like
then you gotta begin doing things, which will be to march towards the tunnels of the dragon, probably from the watchtower, right? And yeah, I mean the dwarves in the dragon fane probably also they go there sometimes. Like they've been mustering, the nobles have had meetings and whatnot. They've heard what happened to Elversalt. They're outraged. This terrible, terrible thing. They had people there, diplomats there, who just got. It's not like Valignant cared. They have a lot of compelling reasons. Beyond that, there's the lining that's silver. This mine is incredibly valuable. It can produce silver in high quality and for a long time, in large quantities even. And this dragon has been just the problem for them for a generation. Well, a human generation, I guess. The ancestors are grumbling. So, first thing first is to do a. We're doing it. Well, let's do a preemptive strike to damage might. You want to blunt his ability to punch back.
That's a lot of successes.
It's double sevens and double threes.
Definitely. That's a 5 against 8. Oof.
Yeah, Valignant getting involved personally would nudge that up.
No, Sure, that would be 6. Yeah, the Dragonfang is gonna defend. Bit of
Do you want to counterattack?
I mean, I have to, right?
To try to damage them instead, but risking more damage if you lose.
It's so Valigno.
It is.
It's so his minions too. Like
Right,
they
that's
dare to
an
attack
important
me.
roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need 2 sets of successes that are better than theirs.
You're gonna spend any of your draconic
Or
essence
triple.
on that.
That works too.
I only have 1, and last time I spent all of it.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I think Valignev has learned from that. He has to pace himself a bit. We're gonna
True.
counterattack with 6 dice.
Okay.
Triple
Sevens.
7.
That means you attack them before they attack you.
Great. That's perfect.
That does exactly what you wanted.
He was ready. He knew this was coming. That they
Slap
would inevitably
the nose.
insult him. He has offered cooperation. He has offered friendship, but all they had to do was give back what is his.
Right. Remember to decrease one of your
Yeah,
stats for
I'll
defense.
decrease. Right.
He pounds his chest. I am the wronged party here.
Yeah, he has literally sent them
That forces
several olive trees, not just branches, trees.
Thrown down upon them.
Yeah, on
Alright.
fire.
Sure. They will muster people, and they will try to do it again.
Right. That's a lot
8,
of
3,
successes.
3, 1, 1.
I can't physically defend against that.
Right.
It's
Simply
too many.
accept it, decreasing your might by 1.
Yep, that's too many. That is rough. Nice to
So
not enough. Actually, I mean, Valignov's gonna have to squeeze his territory a bit here.
Alright.
To get some more weapons made. Yeah, he actually territory is used to defend. That wouldn't really do anything. No, that doesn't do anything for me.
Okay. Well, are they going to stop now without having accomplished anything but pissed off the dragon? No. They got to keep going, right? So
What you thinking, Harry?
I was wondering whether I could send a little bit of might back.
I don't think you realistically should, if for concern that like someone else in the Westgate like
Yeah, you're
guild
right.
like looks at you instead.
Yeah, you're pretty tied up there.
Yeah.
Like you definitely have the might, but it's just like
Yeah,
it's needed.
you're right. You're right. It's needed for not too many people taking actions after this.
You wouldn't want the captain's council to go, well, you won't be needing this, huh? Just like sweep right in. The betrayal.
Annexation. Let us have that dragon. Did you defend against that attack sheet?
No.
You just took the might damage. Sure. All right. They have blunted your nose twice, and that has worked out so far. It's time to do something more reckless, perhaps. They will strike with the target of preparing annexation. They will attack and begin damaging his infrastructure, his territory, his land. Begin maybe even breaking the sides of the Dragonfane if possible to collapse down upon the entrances, hoping to make the place harder for him to defend in the future. There will be an attack targeting territory.
Okay. Yeah.
7755.
And if I did defend, I would have 4 dice. Yeah, I think now that they are targeting like malignant stuff, that is beyond whatever patience Valignav has learned over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna spend one of Draconic Essence to I mean, he's spending essence. He's gonna counterattack.
All right.
That is puts him at 5 dice. Getting nothing. Okay.
Then you lose the territory, and an additional point of might for defending. So.
Yep. That puts his territory at 0.
All right.
Might at 1. He's, some ferocious dwarves.
Yeah. Well, they want him out of these mountains, ideally.
What does Valignith do? Basically, like as like the dragon fane itself is like the only thing he has left, and even then, it's like showing clear signs of damage under like dwarven siege and bombardment.
They mine for the tunnel in there. And...
Because if they attack his territory again, he loses that.
Yeah.
And they succeed.
The dragon fane itself would be the 1 point, but he would lose the surrounding.
I mean, he only has a territory of, I guess he has 2. I thought
So
he had 3.
that would include the valley, probably, would be the first. Yeah. The tunnels there leading to the passage under the mountains, so forth.
Can totally have the valley.
Sure. All you got to do is not defend again.
I mean,
What's his headspace at?
this isn't entirely unexpected that the dwarves would eventually lash out. I'd probably not really be angry at the dwarves for trying this, because it's just, their nature, he supposes. And as long as he survives, that means the dwarves are eventually all going to die, so that's fine. But trying to destroy his accomplishments here is certainly, that's ballsy.
Does he reach out?
That's the question, isn't it? Don't think he would.
Okay. Then I'll say that Emissary Legions here will not hear of this until next year.
Don't think he would. He needs to be the one who defends other people. Otherwise, it can't be the other way around. That just
I
works.
expected him having lied whenever, Emissary is like, if you need help, come contact me at the start of the session. It's like, I will.
Because he did say that.
He did? I guess it's a question of, does he think he needs help?
Oh, he did say that, didn't he? He doesn't lie. He doesn't really lie ever. Yeah, I think he's gonna contact Emmy then.
Right? Is that going to be over the Sending Stones or in person?
I think it's gonna be about the Sending Stones. He's not gonna leave the Dragon Fang while it's under attack.
Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. So, gentle fairy music. Although the fairies may have, changed the music tempo because of the noise that's been piped through from the other side of the Sending Stone.
Trying to match it to the sounds of rumbling, whatever. They don't know what that means.
They're improvising. The little fairies hears it.
Heavy metal fairy music. Folk
the
metal
fairy.
was invented now.
Yeah. In their own serendipitous time, because it's not like they rush. He fetches Emissary, and Emissary rumbles over. He picks up the Sending Stone. Ah, Valignith, it has been some time since I have heard. Well, what is it?
Well, get straight to the point. The Dwarves of Thunderhome have responded to my attempt at negotiating the return of my silver mine by attacking the Dragon Fane.
Emissary, blinks a few times in confusion at the stone. Thunderhome attacked you?
It does appear so. Not
Just
entirely unexpected. The dwarves have been, well, erratic. I've offered my cooperation to them so many times, made it clear that I would be willing to share these mountains with them, but they must have misunderstood.
She says, yes, nodding, misunderstood. I had thought that you would be the one first, that they would hide in their holds. She like blinks a few times, like, how's the fame?
They have made a lot of progress to the point where, well, I wouldn't want to ask for your help, but I feel like I'm in a position where it would be very much appreciated.
She breathes in and says, I did not save you from that cage so that you would lose your lair. We have slaughtered far greater creatures than dwarves. We have felled giants. I will respond. Would you prefer me personally, or would you prefer not personally?
Whatever suits you most, I suppose.
She says, done. And, she will, leave, the stone. She doesn't even, say, goodbye or anything. And, the fairies, awkwardly pick up, music again. I think what I am going to do is, I think her action here is actually going to be against Surtur's Hold, Manikai, instead of the dwarves directly. I want to influence the fire giants, General Victus, to strike out against the dwarves. Reasoning that these dwarves think that they can just crawl into the spaces that the giants once inhabited. And left unchecked, more dwarves will keep coming and keep breeding, and they breed far quicker than giants do and dragons do. And soon they'll just be, if they think this is a safe haven, thousands of dwarves will be here. How many fire giants and dragons do we make in a year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think an influence to push the Surtur's Hold that hasn't done anything against Thunderhome. Not like a permanent forever thing, but hey, you punch those dwarves in the face.
I mean, the dwarves do have something Surtur's Hold want, which is the mind.
Absolutely.
The mind.
So I'll make I can do that through actual roleplay interaction, or I think the were-rats actually going to push the fire giants that is more fitting for this with an espionage role.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you could go there personally to ask, but then it becomes more of a favor. If you want the faction as a whole.
Yeah, it's not a favor, it's the motivation. Victus is all right, fine, I gotta do this to keep you guys in check, so let's go punch them dwarves.
Sure, yeah.
Right, influence and treasure is a whopping...
I can say they probably will try to resist foreign influence at the moment. Mm-hmm. But we'll see. Their influence is not their strongest point.
Yep. I have 4 dice in that. I am personally getting involved. That will be a 5th die. This matters. And this will be an extremely rare time where I'll spend a point of Draconic Essence, because she did not bring Valignant back just for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And this very much is not doing it herself. Well, she is, if the fire giants beat up the dwarves, then she doesn't have to go beat up the dwarves.
It's true.
So that will be a dice pool of her, and then so that'll be 6 dice. Yeah. Check to make sure that's right.
Let's see what kind of quadruple 10s you can summon this time.
I got a pair of 10s and a pair of 5s, so maybe I do this covertly. Wink.
Yeah. As I said, that would be just a base try to stop people from influencing their people.
666s.
666s, though, this is not about speed. It's not an attack. You're trying to influence them.
Yep, I'll lower my influence.
Height matters more than that.
All right, I'll lower my influence by 1 as the were-rats nudge the faction into, fuck those dwarves. Yeah, a silver mine. That sounds good. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, they'll report back that, yeah, I mean, many other creatures there. I mean, sometimes the were-rats now, there's a border here, right? They interact with goblins and hobgoblins and whatever else sort of goes around. They can sneak in. They're quick. As happens with things that are close to each other, there's some exchange of words every now and then. All right. Yeah, didn't really think the idea of going against to take this silver mine is good. General Victus has, much like Imrisher herself, though, said she lives on this side of the mountains,
Mm-hmm.
as to avoid problems with the Dragonfang. So I suppose it would be like autumn, really, when a messenger would arrive in the Dragonfang from General Victus. You know what? No, she'd probably go herself, honestly. She's not the kind of person to begin sending emissaries. She doesn't trust them. She'd go herself. With a couple of her retainers to visit the Dragonfang. The long walk. To hear Velignith, who was apparently back. That was a whole thing that happened. Lotion and all. She sputtered for the best, but, she doesn't know anything about Elf Assault, doesn't care either. We'll ask if there's time for discussion. Really one they should have had, maybe. A while back.
Oh, it's that kind of discussion, is it?
Yes. I have a working situation with Emissary Literathir, and I would like to have the same with you.
And let's talk.
Good. I rule the hierarchy. I rule the giant kind in these mountains. Though some of them might dispute it, it is fact. I don't wish to serve your kind, just as you don't wish to serve mine. So far, we've been able to keep that working between us when we work towards common goals and otherwise just peace and non-intervention in one another's affairs. However, such a new common goal has appeared, and I do not believe it's one that Emissary Literathir would be particularly interested in pursuing. My scouts have reported that the dwarves of the titular city of Thunderhome have been on the move, and they've been expanding into areas my kind have left. Our ruins, so to speak, which I don't care much for, but there's a particular place I would like to reconquer from them. Previously, I've kept my way on the east side of the mountains, however. Crossing them is somewhat difficult without the many stone giants that have descended underground. It requires a significant bit of effort. I understand that you in the past held a silver mine in the central mountains. It would be my target for my own expansion. I want to make sure that in taking control of such a place, I do not crush you and your deal, sort of wiggles hand, with the dwarves.
That silver mine sat there, unused, cursed, full of bones and evil things until I arrived to cleanse it. It has since then been dedicated to the goddess of dragonkind, which, well, the dwarves have, what I'm looking for? Desecrated since then. I was willing to tolerate that because, well, they were given the mine by Amy during the conflict with the hierarchy, so they would defend it. I wanted it back because it is not just important to me, but quite frankly sacred. Now, You put me in the difficult position of asking for exactly the object that sparked this conflict in return for assisting me. You must understand that this is quite a difficult spot you put me in.
I do not know the details about the mine. I simply know that it is valuable and that I could use valuables. I am perfectly acceptable if you can find some sort of compromise that could enrich us both.
Well, my compromise would be as follows. Whoever controls that place, if they are not me, will inevitably have to be the target of my ire, inevitably, eventually. I would rather that not happen between us.
Who knows? I think a battle between us would be long and arduous.
Pointless, quite frankly.
Yes.
Just as I've said to Thunderhome, I, perhaps paradoxically, would prefer cooperation rather than conflict. Now, that does seem to be difficult at times.
Perhaps then we can do something else. I consider myself nothing if not reasonable. I have no interest in having my people die fighting them. I simply want to make sure that I don't all of a sudden have a new bearded overlord somehow. We are currently 3 powers in these mountains. You, me, them. There might be a way in which we can all exist and have our respective areas of control. And if the mine is truly something we all desire, perhaps there's a way it could be. Somehow a deal could be struck. Perhaps if it is sacred to you, she says, and she spits that word a little bit. She's not a person of very much religious reverence or faith in any kind. She has had bad experiences with that in the past. Then perhaps you could control it, have your people mine the silver, which could then be as a bounty of these mountains split between the 3 of us. In return, anyone who diverts from that deal could be the target of the 2 others. If we both brought them that proposal, perhaps backed by both me and you, they could hardly disagree with such a good deal. You would have your cooperation, we would have our peace, and everyone would be... Well, I suppose everyone but them would be wealthier.
I suppose. I feel like that could be struck as long as it is clear that the mine is under my control.
Of course. I'm sure. She sort of thinks a moment and says, the dwarves might not be happy about it. But if it is under your control with my backing, and, well, we give them some part of it, they can hardly disagree.
Would you insist on keeping the dwarves in these mountains indefinitely?
No, but picking them out of it is going to be arduous, take a long time, and a lot of effort. And if there's nothing I can win from it, then I have no real interest in doing it.
Oh, I understand that, but I have a very long memory and a very long lifespan.
I have less so.
Perhaps for now we can agree on these vague terms.
You would long-term like to root them from these mountains?
At least resolves them more permanently. I do not appreciate the fact that they've countered my offers at coexistence with an outright attack.
If you're interested in something more substantial, there is something that I would like that you could help me get. In return, for my help in removing Thunderhome. Something that I feel would enhance my own strength, and something that would be useful when we take war in fighting Thunderhome. I understand you might have become recently familiar with a faction known as the Red Banner. They moved up north through my territory a while back. They are primarily made from centaurs who have taken control of many of the tribes that once dwelt in the southern Giants Run Mountains. Came from my territory. I don't know these lands, but perhaps with your assistance I might be able to take control of this faction, become their leader, and integrate them into my own realm, repopulating it, and bolstering significantly my forces. With such power, we'd be able to crush these dwarves in no time at all. At that point, with such force, I could turn my gaze elsewhere from this silver mine. You could stay in my side of the mountains, you could stay in yours. No Thunderhome around.
Not exactly in a position to pick a fight with yet another faction while the dwarves are at my doorstep. But afterwards, I would not be opposed.
We could help distract them for now. And then next year, perhaps, when your defenses are repaired and you're more safe, we could look upon this host, bring them back in the fold. Then we'll deal with the dwarves. Or, if you prefer cooperation between all the three of us, we could simply help you suggest a peace term, where we all three keep one another in check to ensure continued peace.
I'll help you with the host, but I'll keep the mine and all its spoils.
If I gain the host, then yes, you will.
Good.
Nice. It's not what I thought I would gain from coming here, and right now it's very little. But I'm going to put my faith in your word.
I'll have to admit that just up until recently, I had half committed to making it my life's decision to rid these mountains of anything that resembles giants or giant make, but I think I'll put that on pause. That was
Things
a joke,
changed
of
2
course.
times. Very funny. Yes. By the way, while I'm here, you wouldn't take insult to someone like me wearing an armor made from the remains of one of your kind, right?
Do I,
You would take it as a compliment, surely.
do I know who that was?
Drugs. No one important, I assume. I didn't know who it was.
I don't appreciate it. I would rather be kept ignorant of it, if it has to be that way.
All right. I'll keep that in mind. Let's see what we can do about these dwarves, shall we? And she'll return home. A little skeptical, but she's not the one dying in the mines. So, what are you gonna do? Surder's will try to do an attack, a preemptive attack against Thunderhome, trying to damage their might. Getting rid of the dwarves that can attack will really going in and like smashing up whatever engines and siege weapons they've made. Will be the attempt here. So let's see what they can do. It's pretty good. Thunderhome, though, gets to defend, and they're pretty damn good at defending. They're dug in. That, however, is a triple defense 5, which will mean that they get the giants before the giants get them.
Oh, they still have to spend a point to defend.
They do, yes.
Good.
Giants want to ensure that you don't die, so they'll try to do that again. 5's Thunderhome will. Well, they will counterattack these giants.
That's worked really well for the past against giants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does again.
What the fuck, Norris? My God.
Yeah. They come get these giants, bloody their nose.
You see what I mean? You can't let them breathe. They just.
No, that hurt. But the dwarves are much reduced in strength. Dwarves will try to draw on their land to increase a little bit of.
And now they have to think that it's not just a dragon fey. Now it's a giant.
But if they could at least capture the valley, they'll stand stronger next year.
It's true.
Crap. They'll try to do another attack for trying to capture the valley here. Well, the tunnels leading to the valley.
All right.
It's much worse than it was before. No.
No. Okay.
They muster, they try to move in, but they just don't have the strength to do so.
Okay. I just had the macro selected to defend in your stead. Good.
No, they could push on, but that would weaken them too much to other factions, I think. Rip and a host is still kind of looking at them. There's some money down there that could be.
Look at anyone, really. The Dragon Fane.
It's true. Rip and a host could attack the Dragon Fane.
It doesn't have anything that interests. Like all mountainous and stuff. It's not a nice place.
Yeah, but surely there's money, right?
Dragons have money.
Yeah, centaurs and mountains, though.
They don't like mountains. They don't get their acid in there.
It's true. They tried that before, though. They did steal money from the giants.
They did. They just they ran away.
And then they ran away.
You know, given who they are, they might send someone there. Like, the dwarves have stopped. They've withdrawn back into their mountain holes. The giants weakened them too much. If not, though, they would have taken the valley probably, which would have raised their territory further. Meaning they dug in deeper. Dwarves are hard to get out once you have them.
It's like termites.
I mean, surely there's
into your house.
There's honor
The thing is, the
between
host could
warriors.
attack, but what's the point? Like, it's not like, are they going to commit to draining their Dragon Fane for permanent wealth? I don't think so.
We've recently teamed up to attack Elversolden.
It's true.
We're both
You
paid
get
by
some money for
Sandbale.
that. Just
Yes. The people who worship the Dark Fae will totally understand this this camaraderie.
they could definitely try to attack, but I just don't know that they look around. They see Tizir, who would want them gone. They see Erebor, who would want them gone. They see the mountains. They see the plains. If they stay in the plains right now, they're safe. If they weaken themselves further, then there's a chance that they might just be destroyed this round.
It's true. True.
They don't want that. And Diane would certainly be Lord of the fucking Shining Plains.
Promotion just by living there.
He's tiny little. Well, it's not that tiny. It's actually fairly strong in attacking, specifically. And decent in defending. He's not bothering anyone. No one really wants to get rid of him. Yeah. I think, looking around, I think that might be. Cormier's kind of sad that they spent so much power. They have been so unlucky about this whole thing. They by all rights should have done much better than they have. But yeah, I think everyone's kind of spent. Zembia's not really spent, but
They don't know where. It's so hard for them. They don't know where to put all their money.
they feel like they've done good so far. Like, Cormier has not been gaining anything, but they don't want to push it too hard. If they push too hard, then it's going to be war, and they're not ready for that. Because if you could imagine it, right? Give Cormier a reason. Cormier goes in, stomps them, takes all their money and all their land, and suddenly there's Super Cormier.
Yeah, but
And they
no
don't
one
want that.
wants that.
No one wants that.
No.
Just imagine the dragons coming to fight on a Symbian battlefield. To like, it's a future we hopefully will never see, right?
I feel like other nations might take notice of Super Cormier more so than any of us.
Yeah. Well, things have happened, and I think
did
just to have that, like, just so you know that something's going on with it too. As you see, if this was we'd have the end credits of the session, and then we'd have like the post-credit scene of Sunserio Theriost, looking at a bearded devil who is giving him a smile and a slight bow. Then the deal will be struck. You will receive all your benefits as soon as possible, which should be very soon. The Black Dragon, smiling with a slight smirk, says, "Good. Soon I will rule not just Cormia, but all of the Dragon Coast." Twisting
Wait,
his black
who
tail.
was it talking to?
Black Dragon you tried to kill.
Oh.
Bearded devil.
Yeah, well.
Come on, remember the people you try to murder. I did want to speak with the druids this year, but I suppose that doesn't have to.
That's true. You did. Do you want to do that before we?
No, you. The credits already roll. We already had our post credits.
That's true.
Chief wants to leave, so I'm sure.
All right. So this week we have ensured a successful expedition to Starmantle. Not subjugated. We have not finished the guild war, though it certainly is ebbing out a little bit.
I mean, what is the status of this island? What do they need to be friends?
Well, there's a difference between friends and subjugate, yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
Right now, you're friends.
all right.
They like what you're doing right now.
That's probably good enough for me. I know. Can't let that go.
They're not gonna necessarily throw themselves on a spike for you, but right now they see you as, yeah, you're successful. You did a thing. Maybe in the future you'll go raiding together again, and they can earn more stuff, and that'd be great.
We'll raid Thunderhome. How about that?
Yeah, maybe you will. Maybe they'll gain another permanent stat increase in some faction, and then they can live there or something. Become underground lizards again. That'd be great.
Yeah. There's plenty of water rising.
Yeah. You live in Thunderhome. They're not. I mean, they're not like serving you at this moment. They're not your subjects, but you are on the way to that. If that is what you're looking for, you could begin to. Essentially, once you make them entirely dependent on you, then they don't really have a choice to say no.
All right.
So if you want to turn them into an asset from a faction, that is, you're on the right track. Right now, you would need to essentially do what Cicatrix did with the other ones. You would need to begin influencing them to the point where their people consider themselves your people, and then you absorb them, do the annexation, reduce your sovereignty by 1, and then instead of turning them into your stats, you would turn them into an asset.
Okay.
The thing you can do. All right. A lot of things have happened. A lot of people are dying, really. We're depopulating the Dragon Coast. But I guess that's what happens when 3 dragons are ambitiously doing things in it.
Make the initiative go fast.
More than 3, really.
Yeah. That's true. More than 3.
Yeah,
it's called the Dragon Coast. I mean, it's called that for a reason. Called that because of the Lake of Dragons. Which is called that because black dragons from Cormier live in it. So, yeah. Poor Elvasalt, man. It's been a rough decade. Cultists and dragons and more dragons. And
Centaurs.
influence and annexation here and there and plundering and
Well, you know,
Could have been so good for them if the Cult of the Dragon had been a little bit more competent.
they're really not though. Like,
it's not what they're known
just
for.
looking at them in Westgate as well, they're really not. Like,
You don't want to befriend them?
no, not really. They're then I would have to help them. That would just slow me down.
But they want you to succeed.
If you're a
Yeah,
dragon, if you're
well-
an evil bad dragon, then yes, they want you to succeed.
But they're so weak. Like,
They could have been more, but their grand savior and protector was not there when they needed him. After he gave them everything.
yeah,
Certainly
they were
if they-
handed everything and they did nothing with it. Like, that's not.
They attacked Cormyr and failed. That's what they did with it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they had a vision directly from Tiamat, divine intervention.
Yeah.
Told them to go do it.
Nice.
Original vision, do not steal.
These dwarves.
Yeah, they're doing fucking. Damn.
They're sad. They accomplished nothing but for their hand. That's a defeat by itself. Pretty heavy one too.
If only the giants hadn't interfered.
Then they could have taken the valley and fortified it. That'd be a whole new
Super
border.
Yeah.
Our ancestral home.
Imagine they go investigating some old temple, and there's like a devil who's like, "Do you want some help?" I know it sounds weird, but I'm here to offer help to anyone who enters. I can't tell you why or how, but trust me.
Totally trust that of
You
him.
can't go any further. Just trust me. Please, don't be bullheaded about this.
Don't challenge the Bone Devil on this. Trust the Bone.
He's an advanced bone devil now.
Wow, you better be. He raced us.
Yeah.
He can claim
He
partial.
clearly did a good job.
Yeah, clearly. It's a little awkward sitting like here like during the session and not feel like collectively like we are doing much. Like obviously like we're like impacting like the pieces to some extent, but like Dungeons and Dragons and it's just like it's weird. Like I know we're like with like the rating adaptation, it's just like awkward. Like a bunch of it is like you interacting with yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've talked about that before.
We have. We did that last year. My God. Congratulations to the Captain's Council. They held the sea for a year.
Yeah, I know.
They did. They did.
So
No-
good. They get the fucking guards now.
No one came at them either, and they fortified and like yeah.
Well, it looks like they've been fighting a little bit, but
Yeah.
not any great because no one is. Feel a weekend.
Yeah. The mark just like fractured the Zhentarim.
Stormed all over.
Yeah, that was. I suddenly had so many dice. Like you're fucking. Did treasure help there? Like
Yeah.
That
I
was
hope
insane.
you're glad I gave you all those amazing dice rolls.
I am still kind of flabbergasted. Not gonna lie. That was I'll probably never see that many dice again.
Oh,
So
well, don't say that.
that was
Future growth could happen.
that was
It's like, what if other factions were invested in this one faction's success and didn't fail?
yeah. Yeah, of
And they
course
had
that's
defeat
also.
It's what
No.
Cormyr and Zembia are trying to do,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cormyr and Zembia have been like, buffing factions.
strengthening them from other places.
Zembia just hands out money to everyone collectively, though, instead of to one person.
Make stuff happen.
Well, it's because they only want
Chaos.
they're like, can you do we want good for us, and then they try to pay people who are not interested in the same thing. It's like
Well, I mean,
so just end up paying everyone.
they have Tazir. We're good with
Yeah.
that. Now we just need to keep calming you down. Yeah,
I mean, I'm good for that.
as to lack of cohesive goals, it certainly is a thing right now. We've sort of defeated the giants overall.
Mhm.
There is more titular dreads of the Dragon Coast, so to speak, but they haven't really manifested yet. You know,
I believe Malignant is manifesting.
that's true.
Well, now apparently people are working with devils.
I mean, Hell's always going to try to see. They
Is
just they have very limited sort of ability to do things when not directly.
Yeah, must suck.
It's almost like Hell is really powerful, and just killing the
Yeah.
cult, even in one powerful city, doesn't like stop all of Hell.
Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah.
Well, you need to find someone who's willing to make a deal that sounds too good to be true, because it is.
Yeah, that dragon is dumb.
Because Hell gets a different payment than. You know.
I feel like the cowardly black dragon going, man, they almost got to me.
Well, also, I mean, it was Velignith that targeted him, and now Velignith is back and destroying Pushkir. You know, which
just
I
beat
guess
them out.
Elvasalt, which he had like, when the cult was there, his buddies. It's truly a big attack. All of it is a plot against him. You know.
Prove him wrong. Change his.
It was the best thing when he sent emissaries. That was great. It's like, some dragon attacked me. It's probably that ridiculous guy.
As far as guesses go, that's usually pretty accurate. Wasn't in
Yeah.
that case.
Based on empirical data.
Yeah.
On average, it's Valignant.
He certainly stirs or rocks the boat.
Yeah.
Add the XP to the total.
Yeah. Do you think next time, Sheep, that we might do like a zoom in here is, like less like faction stuff and more like Malignant will crush?
I would like to. I'm
Think that might happen against the Red Banner host, the dwarves, or yes?
too worried about the Red Banner host, I don't think. Like I can give it like a
It's not a matter of worrying so much as securing that for Victus.
yeah.
We kill the
dwarves,
Centaur.
I did really want to like cooperate with dwarves. Like over the entire course of the campaign, that has been one of my goals to find some sort of common ground. But I don't think that's possible anymore.
Well, Sheep's
You
desire.
do have your own clan. You could put in their place if you wanted.
Wouldn't that be something?
Attacking a dwarven stronghold is just a bad idea. Whether that is in person or
Of course, no one wants to go do that. You fucking kidding me?
it's terrible.
They have so many like bolts ready for it.
Worse than giants. Giants
Yeah.
are easy to hit because they're so large.
Right, the giants will be like arrogant and overconfident. The dwarves are like, no, this is our advantage. We will never let this advantage go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it like I know you wanted to cooperate, but like everything that Malignant fed Thunderhome, everything they witnessed. That's right, fireworks.
Hey, happy 2nd of January.
Quit triggering my voice activation fireworks, please.
I'll have to think about it. As for zoom in, my main issue would be getting all 3 dragons motivated to actually attack a dwarven stronghold, which already seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, Silvermine Part 2, I could give like 2 claws up. Thunderhome itself, No, no. Couldn't do that. I mean, there's a lot of wealth there, but there's a lot of bolts.
Mhm.
We'll slay the High King of Thunderhome.
Would love to do that.
Yeah,
I
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting more cicatrix out of Westgate
Yeah.
until like the
Well-
guild ends.
I mean, could for like a short time, but definitely not for like sieging a dwarven fortress. Like, I feel like that's something that's gonna take some time. Like,
Yeah, and then again, I mean, the cicatrix has been much more visible now.
it's true.
Came out of the hidey hole, threw down,
Fracture the Zhentarim.
killed the church. Like,
Well, you
if
know
you'll say
enough.
anything, it's that the marked have been very involved in politics.
Yeah. Well, a
Who
lot
should
of
trust?
people suddenly knew. Well, two,
Yeah.
but then I was like,
Yeah. Well, now it's like, some other factions are like, man, the marked bribed a dragon. The Harpers are there going, mm-hmm. The Nightmaster going, mm-hmm.
Well, either way, I really gotta go to bed. I am
Yee.
very tired of
well.
dwarfs.
Next Friday. How many creatures will Valignus murder?
I mean, that is always a question.
Yeah. Today it was an entire city. Yeah. Next week it might be Thunderhome.
Maybe. No, conflict with Thunderhome has been a long time coming.
Well, they're very unreasonable to try and talk with.
Yeah. Perhaps it's for the best that the Dragon Fane faction didn't move to help where Cicatrix more directly.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd given the doors in Thunderhome a friendlier answer. Alas. Bye, everyone.
Why?
Bye.
Bye.